for December 16th, 2020 is now in session. And we welcome and thank all those who are watching or listening to participate. And we recognize that participating on these venues is a little bit more difficult than we would all like, but we appreciate your patience for giving us your input this way. As always, I will start with a roll call of the board members. So all board members, you might as well go ahead and unmute. Karen Holweg.
Here.
Hal Hallstein.
I'm here.
Dave Kuntz.
Here.
Caroline Miller.
Here.
And I'm Kurt Brown. So Leah, we have a full board present tonight. Let me give just a quick overview of the agenda. There will be 2 opportunities to speak tonight. We have an open comment period and we have a public hearing on the broadband issue. During the open comment, you may address any topic that's not covered by a public hearing, which means any topic apart from the broadband question. This includes any further comment the public may have regarding the upstream option report. And I will turn to Allison at this point and ask her to describe the rules of the meeting and maybe just remind people how to sign up to speak. So Allison, thank you.
Sure. So thank you for joining us tonight. To strike a balance between transparent engagement and online security, we will ask to follow these rules for this meeting. This meeting has been called to conduct the business of the City of Boulder. Activities that disrupt, delay, or interfere with the meeting are prohibited. The time for speaking or asking questions may be limited, and no person shall speak except when recognized by the person presiding, and they shall not speak for longer than the time allotted. Each person can register to speak, and they have to use their full first and last name. So if you've signed into the meeting and you have something like Tom's iPad, you can either send a chat to me and I can rename you, or you can rename yourself, but I won't be able to unmute you unless there's a full first and last name. No video will be permitted except for city officials, employees, and invited speakers and presenters. All others will participate by voice only. The person presiding this meeting will enforce these rules by muting anyone who violates these rules. The chat function is enabled to host only. So if you have technical Zoom related questions, you can send a chat to me, and a reminder that these are not content questions, just technical questions only, please. And the host and individuals designated by the host will be permitted to share their screen during the meeting. Kurt, do you want me to go over raising hands and all of that for anyone wishing to speak now, or when we get to public comment?
Why don't you do it now? That way they'll have a little bit of time.
Okay,
Thanks.
So if you've joined us and you did not sign up to speak ahead of the meeting, but would like to speak, if you go to the participants icon at the bottom of your screen and click that, in that box, you should have the raise hand feature. And you can, when we get to public comment or public hearing, we'll give a moment to raise hands, and I will call on you in the order that I see the hands raised. And again, you will need to have a full first and last name in order for me to unmute you. We'll have a timer up on the screen. Please, when I unmute you, say your first and last name, and then when you begin your comments, the timer will start. And I don't think we have anyone by phone. But okay.
Well, we can check again when we get there, Allison, but thank you. Thank you very much. So at this point, we will turn to approval of the minutes. And this is the minutes from our meeting of November 18th, 2020. And I will go through by page. So does any board member have a suggested change or correction on the first page of the minutes? Karen.
I have a couple of corrections on page 2.
Oh, okay. Anything on 1? I don't see any hands, so go ahead, Karen.
At the top of the page, it says the number of bodies relative to decision-making. I think it means the number of governmental decision-making bodies. Just for clarity. And then the in the third line, land impacts differentiated by CU versus OSMP property ownership. And in the fourth line, quantifiable data in the tables. And at the end, and culverts under Highway 36 to allow flood flow to move north of 36.
I'm sorry, that last part is added exactly where?
At the very end, at the very end of that paragraph.
Of that paragraph. Okay. And let's just say it again.
And culverts under Highway 36 to allow flood flow to the north of 36.
Okay. Any concerns about those changes before we go to the next page? Okay, seeing none. The last page. Any changes? Okay, I will entertain a motion to adopt the minutes from November 18
I so
as
move
amended.
as amended.
Thank you, Dave. A
I'll
second?
second.
Thank you. Okay, we'll do the roll call as usual here. Karen,
Yes?
this is to approve the minutes. Hal,
I approve.
Dave,
Yes.
and Caroline,
Yes.
and Kurt Brown approves, so that's unanimous. Leah, thank you very much. So now we turn to public comments for items not identified for public hearing. And Allison has described how to sign on. If you're getting on late, you'll be given a chance to raise your hand if you want to comment now. Allison, it sounds like there are few people, so I think we will go with 3 minutes for each person.
Okay, so I have Harlan Savage, and then up next will be Tim Hogan. So Harlan,
Mute
I
myself.
will, okay, you're all set.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. I'm having trouble with that. Good evening, everyone. First, I want to recognize and thank you and OSMP staff for everything that you do to preserve our precious open space. Open space is not a luxury. It is essential to public health and well-being. When we despoil the land and water, we diminish ourselves and our humanity, and we literally make ourselves sick. Think pandemic and climate change. Second, I especially appreciate all of the extra hours that you've invested over the last few years to protect open space that is within or adjacent to the South Boulder Creek floodplain, and which includes a huge chunk of the CU South property. Your diligence and perseverance are admirable. Then I just want to make 2 quick comments, suggestions. First, I know you all aren't talking about disposal tonight, but I just wanted to say, please do not dispose of open space lands for flood mitigation. It's not necessary and not provided for in the charter. And I ask or urge you to disregard any pressure you may feel to advance CU's request for annexation. That's not your job, thankfully. And it's not your job to fix mistakes that have been made by others. And this is something that really drives me crazy. Incrementalism. Incrementalism favors continued unexamined growth. It does not favor nature. It does not favor the land, water, and wildlife in our community, our state, and so on. Seems like there is always one more reason to dispose of or pave over this little bit here and this little bit there. And that is one thing that I am very concerned about. And then just a quick comment on the upstream solution. I really am grateful to those of you who participated and have really worked hard to try to find an upstream solution that works. But unfortunately, and perhaps not surprisingly, the latest iteration of the upstream solution from the city's engineers is worse than some previous versions, and as far as I can tell, would cause more damage to open space than previous versions. Please stand firm in your mission and know that the nearly 400 members of Safe South Boulder are behind you. Thank you.
Thank you, Harlan.
Mhm.
Okay, up next we have Tim Hogan, and then we'll have Margaret Lecomte. And since the signups, we have 2 raised hands. So after Margaret will be Lynn Siegel and then Jim Mcmillan.
Can
So
you give
let me-
Val a review, Leah?
Allison, I don't think there's, sorry, Lynn, I think that was you. I don't think there's a way to do that while we're doing the timer, to my knowledge.
Yeah.
I'm just looking for Tim.
I'm here.
Okay.
I think I
can-
heard him.
Yeah, I think he was there. Let's try again. Leah, can you put the stop sharing your screen for a second? I'm going to try and find him this way. Okay.
I'm unmuted.
Okay, there you go.
Okay.
And we can hear you, Tim.
All right. So guess I don't have to say my name is Tim Hogan. I'm a field botanist and a collection manager at the City Museum of Natural History, the Herbarium, where I've worked for over 30 years. And despite my efforts to make sense of the South Boulder Creek flood mitigation analysis document, I read through it a couple times. I'm afraid I'm going to need to leave most of that to the engineers in the room. I suspect that many Boulder citizens might feel the same way. It's dense and it's not very clear if you're a layperson trying to make sense of it. On the other hand, I am familiar with much of the flora in the 132 square miles of the South Boulder Creek watershed, and have spent many days over the years cataloging the botanical riches of the area. Imagine my delight when just a few years ago, I was taken to a prairie wetland site along the South Boulder Creek State Natural Area, where I was treated to a half dozen plants I'd never seen before. Along with the lady trusses, there were northern leopard, these are not all plants. There were the lady trusses, the northern leopard frog, and Preble's mountain, Preble meadow jumping mouse. There were many other species that prospered in the mesic tallgrass vegetation, including a gentian that had not been seen in over 50 years. Many of these species, especially the orchid and the jumping mouse, are vulnerable to extirpation, and in these times in which we find ourselves, it is unconscionable to allow any vulnerable species to be cast off lightly. Ute ladies' tresses is not amenable to impacts, and their habitat will likely be permanently compromised, as mitigation for the threatened species has not been shown to be successful. Similarly, the Preble's jumping mouse preferred habitat is close to the riparian corridor and diminishes rapidly with distance from the water, as shown in Table 1. To the extent that flood mitigation will play a role in the overall project, as we all agree it should, I feel any impacts to open space, and especially those designated as state natural areas, should be left off the table. The city has an obligation, an extraordinary obligation, to stand up for these state natural areas. if we don't do it, we're liable to just be left on the sidelines when they go to find other things. Disposal is not acceptable to the generation of older citizens who have supported the purchase of these areas, and I concur with Harlan about that. Please don't do this.
Thank you, Tim.
Okay, next up we have Margaret. Let me find her in this list. Leah can, oh, thanks.
There we go. Can you hear
Okay.
me?
Yes.
Okay, good evening, everybody. In the 1950s, Boulder residents voted for an historic tax to raise funds for the purchase of land for protected open space, lands that would always be part of Boulder's legacy of environmental stewardship and preservation. Those funds continue to support growth in OSMP lands, growth that parallels Boulder's population growth. Save South Boulder wants to express heartfelt thanks to the OSBT for its dedication in trying to resolve the tension between the needs for flood mitigation and the responsibilities to protect our open space. We urge the trustees to hold firm against disposing protected OSMP lands for uses other than those spelled out in the Boulder Valley Comp Plan and the OSMP Charter. To that end, we urge the trustees not to approve any flood design which requires disposal or transfer of city-owned open space for land for flood mitigation, a use that's specifically not allowed by the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan. We believe that OSMP land should not be sacrificed to remediate problems caused by the city's failure to secure permission from CDOT to use as right-of-way for flood mitigation. While we have long supported the idea of upstream detention of floodwaters, we take issue with the specific upstream solution now before the OSBT. We do not believe it is based on the fresh look at upstream solutions which both council and the OSBT ask staff to perform. We question the assumptions behind some of the analyses. It still gives far greater protection to CU's development aspirations than it does to Boulder residents. It would do much more damage to city-owned open space than even earlier concept designs and virtually preclude the use of CU's OSO lands for environmental preservation, much less for any development, a use greatly desired by CU, but is not your responsibility to provide. It would protect only against a 100-year flood, despite certainty that climate change will bring floods of greater magnitude in the future. Finally, in acceding to CU's demands that the city relocate the CU tennis courts out of the 500-year floodplain, it would inflate the costs of flood mitigation far beyond the capacity of city resources to sustain equitably, without adding one bit to the flood protection levels for downstream residents. Thank you again for your consideration.
Thank you, Margaret.
Okay, up next we have Lynn Siegel and then Jim Mcmillan.
Leah, can you put me on screen share? I have an image. And can you put it on gallery view so the image can go up?
No, unfortunately, we're not allowed to have your video on.
Right, that's fine. No, I have an image of 36 at the underpass.
Lynn, would you, Allison, sorry to cut in if you were just responding. Are you able to email that to the board? I don't think we're allowed to share any images from folks from the public, but we can email it and we can get it to all the board.
Yeah, well, it's very illustrative. This is like 12 feet, 12 and a half feet on the left side of these concrete, you know, I specialize in hemodynamics, you know, but hydrodynamics are not my specialty. I can't tell you what these structures are under this bridge, but there's a car on top of I-36. There's a guy running there. It's about, you know, 2 times his height, 12 and a half feet, and 13 feet in the center of these 2 concrete things with the arches between them. And then there's 110 feet total side to side. And there's 12.5 feet on the left side, 12.5 feet on the right side, and 13.5 feet in the middle. And this would carry 4,000 CFS per minute, no problem. I understand that the creek overtops at 800 CFS, coming down from 93 to 36. And there's a natural depression there at 36, which the flow can be directed into the stream at that point. And that it's an easy, simple solution. There's a bunch of other images going downstream to Baseline to Arapahoe, where there's a lot of sediment. This is what happens, as we've been described many times, you know, when you've got a mountain, the mountains coming down to the floodplain and the alluvium, the sediment builds up. You need to dredge out the sediment at Baseline at Arapahoe, all along the creek, take out the trees along the creek edge, dig under the highway, and add cement to the side posts if you need to, according to CDOT's requirements. It's a much more elegant, long-term, efficient, cheaper solution. If Joe Tattiucci says, oh, you have to worry about the floodplain. Well, we aren't going down to Mexico. We aren't responsible for the floodplain of the Colorado to the Gulf. We aren't responsible. We're responsible for it in our section, and we can dredge this out. We can dig it to 1,000-year floodplain, and no problem. And this week at CU South Update, CU claimed that it was the city that came to them, that it wasn't them that wants this annexation. We wanted it because of some land that we want for flood mitigation. No, we don't need anything from them. They can do their annexation whenever they want. It's not our business. Our business is the city of Boulder, and this flood mitigation needs to be done now, and alternative 6 needs to be seriously considered. And Brandon said he was going to chew on it, quote unquote, from November 20th. So what did you chew, Brandon? Because this is a great option here under this I-36 here at the South Boulder Creek, and no problem with CU. I mean, I could tell you CU needs to get rid of about 60% of its population moved to the other campuses, because Boulder is only 107,000 people,
Lynn,
and there's
can you
4
wrap up,
million
Lynn?
people on the other campuses. So CU shouldn't even be here with all these people. We've got a huge housing problem here just because of CU. They can't do any more for us. They're hurting
Thank you,
us.
Lynn.
Okay, next up, the last hand is Jim Mcmillan.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Great. Well, I want to also thank the Open Space Board of Trustees and for your service to the community. And I can't say it any more eloquently than the previous speakers about the importance of, and the uniqueness and the fragility, if it is impacted negatively, of our open spaces, and particularly the state natural protected area and the unique species. So I will not belabor and repeat those comments, but I fully support them and want to add gravitas and just say amen to all of those points. And I will bring up another point, which is that I think Lynn brought up the idea of an alternative approach. And it seems to me as a community member that the city, despite its verbiage, seems to be inclined to rush this process and to cut off creative solutions that are less impactful or threatening to the viability of the unique habitat in this area. And I would like the Open Space Board of Trustees to hold a firm line that until the water conveyance structures that have been proposed for this hard, heavy hazard dam construction to convey the water under these down to bedrock devices to allow the wet meadow habitat to continue in a viable state, that they be proven out, that there be more due diligence. These options are being closed off and other options are being pushed without doing the due diligence, such as what will CDOT actually allow to be tied in? You know, what is the viability of a water conveyance structure as proposed? Where is evidence that this works? We know that we cannot replace these lands once they have been negatively impacted, based on everything I've heard from your previous meetings. These are fragile lands, and if they are damaged, they will not be recovered, and we will go in just the negative direction. We see climate change coming. These lands are more precious than ever every day. Maintaining our flood plains and not developing around them and reducing their ability to hold and detain waters naturally, it just goes in the wrong direction. So I, again, just emphasize this incrementalism and the rush to bad decisions. And I think OSBT, you are our last hope. and you have a precious resource that you're stewarding. So thank you again for your great service to our community. I can imagine it's a difficult job, and I just want to thank you for that and for your time and attention. So,
Thank you, Jim.
Okay, that's all the public comment.
Okay, thank you, Allison. So we can move to the next item, item 3. This is the broadband issue. The request for recommendation by the board to city council that they approve the use of certain open space lands for installation of broadband systems. I've forgotten, Dan, do we have any presentation on this?
We do, Kurt.
We do, yes.
Can you hear me?
So,
Okay.
There's
Sorry,
Bethany.
Kurt, I'm going to
Hi,
turn it over
Bethany.
to Bethany Collins, our real estate services supervisor, who will sort of introduce how we're going to walk through this item and who will be involved in presenting materials.
Thank you. Thanks, Bethany.
Thank you. You were doing such a good job of introing it, Kurt. I was
Wow.
just leaving it to you. Thank you so much. This is Bethany Collins. I'm the real estate supervisor for open space and mountain parks. And tonight, as detailed in the memo in your packet, this item is a request for approval and recommendation that City Council approve the use of several open space properties by the city's Innovation and Technology Department to place fiber optic infrastructure as part of the council approved community broadband project. In addition to, and perhaps somewhat duplicating some of the information in the memo, we'll have a presentation providing some background on the project from Francis Duffy, who's the Deputy Director for Infrastructure Services with IT, as well as some information on the open space elements and disposal process from Matt Ashley, property agent with OSMP Real Estate Services. And then we'll open it up for questions from the board. Francis, do you want to take over? And
yes, ma'am.
Leah, do you have their, oh, perfect.
Okay, go ahead and go to the next slide. So the date on this is not a typo. We actually presented to, this is a subset of a presentation we did to council last year on the city broadband project. So I'm just going to quickly, I selected out the ones that I think that are relevant to this presentation. So we'll quickly go through this presentation. So if you want to go to the next slide, I'll provide you a background on the project, talk about the guiding principles, give you some timeline on it, and I'll actually show you a fiber map. And then while I'll leave room for questions here, questions might be more appropriate after the open space staff, Matt from Open Space, does his presentation. But with that, we'll go ahead and go to the next slide. So basically, what this project was intended to do was to build a world-class telecommunication infrastructure. So what we did, this is the first phase of our project that will build, basically build out the core fiber infrastructure, the backbone for what could potentially grow into a citywide fiber to the premise type fiber infrastructure. It will allow the city to have some more control over how services are being used, broadband services are being used in the city, and also provide some future proofing. Part of what we'd be able to do is to enable some smart city applications and services and Internet of Things and sensor-based technologies and those kinds of things. But the thing that's probably more relevant to this group is the second bullet, which is basically what we wanted to be able to do is also enhance and provide connectivity for city purposes, city and community stakeholder purposes. And this is something that council approved in April of last year, that we move forward with this project to do just that. And one of the other things that we're doing is providing what are called fiber laterals. And I'll explain that if you don't know what that is when we get to the actual network map. But what it'll do is it brings extensions or fiber connections to key city sites and community stakeholder sites. So if you want to go ahead and go to the next slide. What this is, the guiding principles behind this, I won't go through each one of these, but just basically at a high level, what we were looking to do was to bring some competition to the market. When you only have one or two players in the market, the Comcast or CenturyLinks of the world, it tends to kind of quash price competition. So that's why you see some high costs for broadband services in the city. But one of the key focuses that the city had was we really wanted to look at building an infrastructure that was more equitable and inclusive. A lot of carriers will focus their service deliveries to the high income areas because that's where they tend to get the customers, and the ones that get left out are the low income communities. And so that was one of the key focuses for this project, as well as ensuring that we had what's called net neutrality and open access. It basically, we provide an open platform for people to use. We want to build the infrastructure that other people can capitalize on. And so go ahead and go to the next slide. So this is a background or excuse me, a timeline for the project. So we initially met with council in 2018, where they directed us to do an initial analysis. And as we progressed through the year, they further approved an RFP to build out a design of the backbone infrastructure. We started that design in 2019, and we gained the necessary funding to take us to the level of actually doing the build out, which we started in 2020. Ironically, the week before the COVID shutdown, we started it the first week of March. So that project is currently now underway. So if you want to go ahead and go to the next slide. So this right here is, it looks really busy, and I apologize for the colors, but the colors actually mean something. What they denote is the way we wanted to be able to build out sections that we could, once they were completed, we could actually turn or light the fiber up and bring service delivery to those the locations that are fed by those fiber runs. And so literally those colors denote what you would consider like a loop, a fiber loop, where we can bring services to. The things that are probably more relevant in the term that I mentioned earlier are the fiber laterals. So if you're looking at this picture, the things that are in bright pink, one that's a real obvious indicator is up in the upper right-hand corner, that gun barrel area. A lateral is essentially a segment of fiber that comes from the main backbone ring and feeds a particular location or site. And so that's part of what we're going to be, the open space group is going to be talking to you about, are those fiber laterals. So the next slide, if I'm not mistaken, is just for questions. So like I said, I'm more than happy to take questions now, but I think what will be more relevant is if we go ahead and move into the open space team's presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions that may come as a result of my presentation or their presentation.
I agree, Francis. Let's do that.
So Next.
We can go to next slide now.
Yep.
All right, thanks, Francis, for your overview. I'm Matt Ashley, property agent with the real estate team for OSMP. I'm going to be talking a little bit more detail about the project, showing the planned route of the cable through our open space properties and discussing the disposal process and IDMOU construction agreement with the IT department. So it's important to note up front that the vast majority of the cable route will go through existing rights of way or easements that are allowing for such utilities. Right now, we're going to be highlighting the open space properties where the cable route diverges from those existing rights of way. These properties are highlighted in the map on the right. They're highlighted in yellow. And this was the map that was included with your memo. So the open space properties that are affected are the Coslet, Genick, Haley, and Gun Barrel Ranch. And these together are known as the Gun Barrel Hill area. Thorn 3, McCabe, Sanchez, and Holmes. Together, these are known as the Red Rocks area. And then lastly, Batch Elder and Austin Russell. These are known as the Chautauqua area. So if we could go next slide, please. Thank you. So this is the Gun Barrel Hill area, a nice zoomed in map. So the broadband route follows the East Boulder to Gun Barrel Trail corridor. So you can see this in the map on the right. The proposed broadband route lays directly on top of the trail, but in practical application, it will actually be parallel to the trail, but just in that same corridor. So it's important to highlight they won't actually be digging up the trail itself. So access to the construction access will be via the trail, and construction will take place in the trail corridor right next to the trail to cut down on disturbance. And the cable here is serving the emergency communications tower and water tank infrastructure that you see at the end of the line there. So next slide, please. So Red Rocks area, the northern portion of the cable route here will follow the Red Rocks Connector Trail and Red Rocks Trail corridors. And in the case of Red Rocks area, there's an existing conduit on that southern portion that can be used, which may be used, and that greatly reduces the construction impacts. Next slide. In the Chautauqua area, the cable route will go along Kinnickinnick Road over the portion of Austin Russell property, and this will eventually tie into the Ranger Cottage. The cable route will follow the Enchanted Mesa Trail corridor on the Batch Elder property, and that's where you kind of see that hook off to the right. The cable here will serve the emergency communications tower and Chautauqua Reservoir infrastructure. Next slide. So the disposal process that we have to go through with this project, the approval we're seeking today is to dispose of an interest in open space land in order to permit the use by another city department for a non-open space use. Prior to 2016, the Boulder Home Rule Charter did not expressly address whether a disposal needs to occur in such a situation. So in 2016, Ordinance 8143, which is codified as Boulder Revised Code, Chapter 8811, requires permitting use of open space lands by another department of the city for non-open space purposes will, for the purpose of the charter, be made only after compliance with the disposal requirements of Section 177 of the charter. So title of the land will still be held in Boulder's name, whether it is City of Boulder's name, whether it is managed as open space or IT land. OSMP can't change the use of this land interest like you typically would with a deed or transfer of an easement to another party. So Boulder Revised Code Chapter 8811 addresses this by requiring disposal procedures to be followed, even though legal title to the land will not actually change. So next slide. As far as the construction methods, OSMP staff believes this will be pretty low impact and pretty minimal disturbance because they're able to actually install these conduits and cables through a boring process. They will be using access holes and then drilling horizontally. And the conduits will be located 30 inches below the surface, 72 inches below the surface when it's under laterals and ditches. The surface impacts are limited to the access holes where the boring equipment will access in order to bore. The access hole after the fact will be filled in and reclaimed following the project's completion. And further, the access holes will in the future become locations for handholds that will be used for ongoing maintenance access. So this prevents the need for double impacts. So we don't have both access holes and handholds being disturbed. The access holes will actually become those handholds in the future. There are 16 such of these handholds, and a good way to think of these is they look kind of like a sprinkler cover in the ground. It's also important to note that these handholds may be able to be sunk under the surface and covered with topsoil if staff decides that is the less impactful route to go. And as I've said before, most of the cable route is going to be in established rights of way that have already seen previous disturbance. The cable routes on these open space lands outside of the rights of way are routed along trail corridors, so construction equipment can access along those trails to cut down on impacts. Again, the digging and boring will not take place in the actual trail, but alongside the trail and the corridor. And the main benefit of this, again, is to decrease those impacts. So the actual construction process and the impacts from the construction will be managed by an interdepartmental memorandum of understanding between OSMP and IT departments. The IDMOU contains provisions regarding the best practices IT and their contractor must follow both during the project and afterwards for restoration. This includes things such as access, staging areas, construction methods, timing, wildlife and vegetation restriction, and termination of the agreement. It's really important to note the IDMOU also covers restoration. This includes OSMP staff approval of seed mixes, weed control, and a 2-year warranty to help ensure that weed control happens and make sure that that seed actually takes and restores. So next slide, please. As far as the actual benefits to open space from this property, the use of this fiber cable will benefit the city's open space program by providing future connectivity and the OSMP Rangers' use of the emergency communication framework that the infrastructure will service. OSMP will also benefit after the installation of the backbone when broadband service lines to the OSMP's Ranger Cottage and Foothills Nature Center are installed. So next slide. So although the vast majority of the cable route is through rights of way, there are still those parts of the cable that leave the right of way and cross undisturbed open space, as I showed earlier in the maps. The cable routes run parallel to the trails to cut down on impacts. The other alternatives that IT examined do not actually parallel the trails. They're less direct and they thereby cross more open space, creating more impacts. A good example of this is in this aerial to the right. You could see if the line were to go in a straight line from the auditorium up to the reservoir, rather than doing that big hook, it seems like it would be a nice straight line, but it would create a lot more impacts and a lot more challenges. So following this trail cuts down on those impacts. And lastly, in order to get the cable to reach some of these open space facilities, such as the Foothills Nature Center, the Ranger Cottage and Chautauqua Reservoir infrastructure, the only choice is to cross open space property outside of those rights of way. So there really aren't any other alternatives in those cases. So next slide. So in conclusion, OSMP staff feel like we can carry out our open space purposes and mission currently with the proposed use by IT with minimal disturbance to both natural resource values, OSMP land management, and recreational uses. Also, there is a direct benefit to open space from the increased connectivity the project provides, which may in fact enhance staff's ability to protect, steward, and manage open space charter purposes. So with that, I'll leave you with the recommendation here, and we can go on to questions.
Okay, Allison, if we can have the, do we have everybody back up again? There we go. Great. Okay, so questions from the board for any of the staff that are working on this? Just raise your hand and I will call on you. No one has any questions.
Okay, I have questions.
Okay, Karen, you go ahead.
Thank you, Matt, for your presentation. That was very helpful. What I You've explained why you need access on Gun Barrel Hill and why you need access for the emergency communications tower, et cetera, south of Chautauqua. I don't understand why you need to cut across Red Rocks Trail. Can you say more about that?
Karen, this is Bethany. That will, or Francis can jump in as well. Anybody can. That will service the Sunshine Hydro water treatment plant. That's up between Mapleton and Canyon, up the Red Rocks Trail.
Right.
So utility infrastructure. Mm-hmm.
And the reason why it needs to go all the way across is?
So that is located entirely surrounded by open space. The only way to provide upgraded technology to their monitoring infrastructure and to that utility, that priority utility infrastructure for the city is to go through open space. There is existing conduit from Sunshine Hydro to the south that they will hopefully be able to use. That's existing. Mountain States Telephone used to have an easement that now is controlled by the city within that open space. And they do have to continue the connection to the north in order, and Francis can probably talk better about this, but they have those circuits, those loops that have to have closed connections throughout the city. Those were all the colors. Is that helpful?
Yes.
Or
No, you were.
Okay.
I'm sorry. You were doing an excellent job. No, you're spot on. If you need more detail, I can, but I think she nailed it.
Okay. And I don't understand with the underground bores, I don't understand the need to go from the trail side of the trail down. I thought these were all going to be installed by underground bores.
Francis, do you want this? So they have to start somewhere and then bore horizontally. So start vertically, and it's done in segments to do that. So they have to pull from somewhere.
Yes, and I apologize. I'm not as familiar with all the open space property, so I wanted the open space staff to start it, but I can explain the boring process. So essentially what happens is there's a hole that gets opened up, and you may have seen this in, along the street. But it's basically a little bit larger than what you would see with a typical handhold, like you see in the sidewalks. And it is a lateral boring. They literally go straight down like this, straight out in front, and when they're boring underground. And so that's how the boring process works. And as Matt pointed out in his presentation, essentially what happens is that's the entry point for the boring, but it's also ultimately becomes the point where we install a handhold after the fact. And the handhold is intended for not only the installation, but if there's ever any future need to do a repair or something like that. But because of what we're talking about, it's very, very, very unlikely that we'll ever have to disturb this once it's in place. The only reason we would ever do that is if somehow or another somebody comes along and cuts fiber, and obviously the way open space is controlled, that's very unlikely that would happen, which is why Matt, in his presentation, he said, if we needed to, we could actually bury the handholds because it's really intended to be that initial install and then for any future maintenance that we might need to get done.
So I'm familiar with boreholes because I saw this people working in one at Greenbrier near Broadway. And, but what I don't understand is, can those only go in straight segments or can they turn as they bore?
So,
how many, and in addition to that question, how many of those holes are needed to go from baseline up to the reservoir, for instance, at Chautauqua?
I would have to actually pull that map up. I can send that information to you, but I would have to pull up the map on and actually count them. If you tell me again specifically the section you were talking about.
The question is, can you put one of those big holes at baseline where you enter Chautauqua, and can that serve as the entry for boring all the way up to the reservoir?
Oh, I see your question. So the handholds, we really don't want to install any more handholds than we need to.
Right?
So the distance between them is actually intentional, because you can only go so far with the boring process, because as you imagine, as you're adding the bits to it, you can steer to a certain degree, but you can't turn right angles and that sort of thing. And so what the idea behind the handholds is it's a reasonable distance for you to actually do the drilling, have control of the direction, and frankly, even after it's done, to be able to pull the fiber through. So what we try to, as much as possible, install a minimum number of handholds. So what you're seeing is basically the extent that we can do it. We can install more, but it's a little harder to install less because of the limitations that I described.
So
So
each
Francis,
handhold supports boring for about what distance?
It's about 600 feet. If I have to,
Okay,
I think it's roughly about 600 feet.
thank you.
and so Francis, just to continue that example, obviously the route up to the water tank there by Chautauqua has a lot of turns in it. So you guys have already figured out how many boreholes or handholds you're going to need for that. Can you just tell us for that length how many installation holes you'll need?
I can, it'll take me a minute. I wasn't prepared with that information, but I can actually figure it out and send it to you. I would have to pull up the map and actually count them.
I'm trying to, as well as we, on the fly, I'm trying to pull it up for you.
Okay.
To give you that information. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, actually, I think it's on, Matt, I think it might be on the,
Yeah, it's
on that one document that was sent that you were going to kind of hold in reserve. I think that particular one shows the little squares, if I'm not mistaken. If it shows the little squares, those are essentially the handholds.
So the
If
disturbance,
it doesn't, I
that's
can.
where the handholds are, is that correct?
Correct. Yes.
I
Yep. The above ground disturbance will be where the handholds eventually are. Yes. And on Chautauqua, the Chautauqua route, there again, the areas that cross open space, both near the Ranger Cottage and that island, and then along the road up to the water tank and emergency tower, I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 handholds.
So that's almost half of all the handholds we're going to need. That's a lot. I mean, you've only got like 9 left.
And it's likely because of just what was described, because of the way we have to do all the turns and that type of thing.
Okay. Other questions? Hey, Dave.
Go ahead, Dave.
So this is a question for Bethany and Matt. I don't have a problem with the provision of access for IT for this particular project. My question relates to the actual language, as you know, Bethany. So what I want to find out is before I get there, what rights are we actually transferring from the open space ownership to the IT department? And why do we have to do that in order for this project to be completed?
So I'll take a stab, Matt. You can jump in, certainly. So we are transferring the right to use open space for a non-open space purpose. So using or operating a broadband utility under open space is not part of our charter purposes, correct? So we need to transfer the right to use it to be able to place these conduits and the handholds and to use the open space for this broadband infrastructure. So in order to do that, we, again, as Matt specified, we cannot use what is a normal easement. You've probably seen an access easement or a utility line, a water line, a pipeline easement. We can't use that to transfer from one city department to another because the land itself is owned by the city of Boulder. So we do that via an interdepartmental MOU that actually has more specific and stronger language than most easements you've seen, as far as the access, notification for any kind of access. Access is pedestrian unless, unless otherwise approved by open space. The provisions that we can make more restrictive or stronger in order to have better communication, better cooperation, and understand and better, and management of continued management of our surface property for open space purposes. And so again, this is established 2016 through the ordinance and requirement to abide by the charter provision, even if it's another city department that you're transferring that use. So again, compare this to a Comcast, as Francis compared it to. If Comcast were to approach us for the same type of use, they would be requesting an easement, which is a disposal of open space through section 177 of our charter. And so we would have to comply with that same section. And so this is again making it apply similarly, and whether it's another city department for the same use. Is that helpful?
If I could just add, Bethany, you can correct me if I'm wrong in this assumption, but so we're transferring the right for IT to use the open space lands where these conduit lines are needed, but we're not transferring sort of our right to use that land. Like, we can continue to use the surface of that land, and so the land will continue to have an open space purpose, but underlying it will be also the right to IT to use that land as well. So it's really the right to use the land, as opposed to permanently giving up a chunk of land that the open space department can no longer have. So it's a little nuanced there.
So why can't the operative language be permitting or permit?
It is, if you'll notice, the motion language is permitting the use of.
Yes, and I thank you for that.
So you're saying we don't transfer anything, right?
We are not transferring any land. We are permitting the use of our land for a non-open space purpose, correct?
So I appreciate that. And the concern I have is the reference to BRC 881, where the transfer language is in fact in the city code. And I guess my preference would be not to use that as a reference to, base this decision on. So
I think, Dave, I would compare 8811 to the word transfer there of the actual mechanism versus that we're transferring the land itself. So that we are transferring a right in our land to another city department, whether it's use, whether it's management, whether it's the, kind of some sort of interest in that land. So use the word, I would carry or analyze the word transfer as that the mechanism. So the IDMOU is being carried out in order to transfer a permitted right to IT. Does that help? We're not transferring the land.
Not transferring anything.
I would say that, as Dan pointed out, is an additional nuance. But I guess my feeling would be that I would feel a whole lot better if we did not reference 8811, and in fact didn't even use the word transfer. It's a permitted access. And part of my problem, Bethany and Dan, and you know this, Bethany, is that those lands were purchased with open space funds for specific open space purposes. And so I don't see it as, kind of just other city property. There's, in fact, a context for the ownership and management of these particular lands. And from my perspective, it's different than city parks or other city-owned land. So I'm still having a problem with the language. I would prefer that be clearer and simpler and not reference 8811.
Hal.
Just quickly following up, what you're saying, Dave, I'd kind of express it differently, but you're going to find me very sympathetic to your viewpoint on that. I think that the charter is ample in its own language on this particular topic. It's clearly a conveyance. I don't think it's necessary to reference what I feel was actually just a clarifying ordinance. And so I'm going to support you on that one. But my attention and question on this is a little bit more about the memorandum of understanding. I feel like that's where the important action on this deal is. And Bethany, what I'm wondering, and tell me if this is just an oversight or if there's an intentional element to it, there isn't anything written into the MOU about the ultimate responsibility for cleanup. There's discussion of abandonment and different things, but you know, me living as a young person in society, I visualize in 30 years, although these seem like very important connections now, that they will probably look about, you know, Cro-Magnon in 30 years. They are highly likely to be abandoned in my lifetime. And as a result, I'm really interested in who's paying to clean them up when that happens. And none of that is addressed in the MOU.
And Hal, it will be. If you notice the termination and abandonment paragraph in the draft is very much in draft form, and so absolutely there will be because anytime you deal with any kind of pipeline, any kind of conduit, there is could it be abandoned in place by permission? Should it be torn out? Who makes that decision? Things like that, and who pay? Whose responsibility is it? So absolutely, it'll be in there.
Wonderful. The cleanup after yourself provision.
Exactly. Definitely.
Bethany, I'm just curious, how would we have done this or worded this prior to the clarification of Article 12, Section 177? I'm just curious.
What do you mean, before the charter or before 8811?
Well, sorry, before 8811, yeah.
So I don't know that I can answer that because, you guys had tasked me with trying to find instances where pipelines, utilities by another city department had been placed, with, and what that mechanism was. And I haven't been able to find it. I can say, and Dave, this might be during your duration, it might be even prior. Many paved paths were built on open space that have always been, they were constructed, improved, and managed by transportation. They had nothing to do, open space never constructed them. They've never managed those paved paths. Some of which you guys know we've disposed of to transportation during the e-bikes approvals, and some of which still lie on open space and are still managed by. And so those right now, as you might imagine, are somewhat conflicting with the 8811 language and ordinance. So I can say in that situation, they were done, and I've never even been able to find a management agreement saying transportation will manage them. It just has happened. And so I think, while this adds a great deal of process to this, to how the city departments work together, I also firmly believe it provides some clarity and, a paper trail, approval trails to this sort of conveyance, transfer, permission, however you want to phrase it. And so, management and, another complication you've probably seen is greenways. You've got who manages the creeks and the floodways, who manages the trails along, things like that. And so I think this actually helped clarify that situation.
Yeah.
But
And Bethany, I might just add to that, Kurt. if you're wondering, like, would our IDMOU even exist if this 2016 resolution didn't happen? I think what we're saying is that this is sort of the way that we would like to consummate this type of thing, no matter what process. And in fact, up until 8 weeks ago, we weren't sure, you know, do we treat this more like a license agreement or a disposal? And doing the analysis with CAO, we determined, no, we need to use this mechanism. But the IDMOU itself is something like, this is just how it should be done. Maybe it wasn't done this way in the future or in the past, but going forward, regardless of how we need to treat it from an approval standpoint, or whether we use the disposal process, the actual agreement itself is just the smart way to make sure that there's an understanding of who's doing what, and something what we would have done regardless of what type of approval process we needed to go through.
Thanks, Dan. Thanks, Bethany. Other questions? Karen?
I want to follow up with what Dan just said, because I have no problem with following a process as we would, for instance, with Public Service Company or Excel, of requiring underground use to have a disposal and then provide, in those cases, an easement. And what Bethany is saying is we can't use an easement here, and Matt also said this, we have to use an IDMOU. That's all okay with me. But I believe Matt and Francis have said the land will still be managed by OSMP. The legal title will not be changed for the underground easement. And so I think this action is very parallel to granting easements to corporations or utilities. And that's the way I'd like to handle it. I don't see this, I'm in agreement with Dave, and I think Hal as well, that I don't see a need for transferring anything, because all those things that you have listed still remain with OSMP, and the land is still being both used and managed by OSMP under charter provisions.
If we were to grant an easement to a non-city entity, the granting of that easement would be a disposal.
Correct.
And with that, with the legal.
But it's not a transfer.
Correct.
And so I don't think this is a transfer either. I think it's a parallel action, but to a city department instead of a corporate entity or a utility company.
So, so you guys are still working on, because the 8811 says transfer. Is that what the issue is?
I think that's irrelevant to this action.
So we did take transfer out of, obviously, the motion language and things like that. So I think 8811 is saying the transfer of open space lands to another department. So if you then it has to comply with section 177. If you then go into the charter and look at that, open space land is any interest in real property purchased or leased with the sales and use tax. So in order to transfer any interest in open space land, so we are giving permission for the use of, 4-inch circle under open space and, 30 by however many inches handholds, and for IT to be able to manage those areas of open space that don't conflict with open space purposes, but we are via an IDMOU rather than an easement, transferring, conveying, and I get that 8811 did not pull down all of the language of 177, but it does say comply with 177, which says no open space land, again, go up to that definition of any interest can be sold, leased, traded, or otherwise conveyed. So we are conveying a use of open space land via this process. Does that, I mean, does that circular?
The difference between your explanation, Bethany, and mine is that I start with the charter. You're starting with 8811, and I think 8811 is outside of what we're doing. It's not relevant to what we're doing. We're strictly working from the charter and permitting an underground use. And even either Matt or Francis said that these handholds would be underground. So it's an underground use, just like an easement would be.
So
I don't think 8811 is even relevant.
Right. So, but in order to do an easement under our charter is a disposal.
That's correct. I'm starting with the charter and I'm saying we need to follow section 177 of the charter, period. That's the operative basis for our action.
Okay, so yeah, we can take 8811 out of the motion language because we're still, I mean, that just says comply with 177. So if you guys want to say, you know, in compliance with section 177, I'm perfectly fine with that. I don't know if Dan wants to jump in on that, but is that what you're?
If there's a legal reason that we would need to keep that reference out, basically we're going to strike pursuant to Boulder Revised Code Chapter 8811 out of the final motion, keep the rest, and we're good to go.
Yeah, and I don't see a reason we have to keep it in. We haven't had it in when we did the one disposal of multi-use trail for the paved paths. So
all right,
absolutely fine.
I'm good. I don't see why we would need it in there, but I'm not a lawyer. But
I would be happy to clarify a little bit of the viewpoint of why we don't want it in there if that is vague for any reason. The reason that I think a trustee would be concerned that it's in there is it gives undue importance to a piece of legislation which was merely meant to clarify the charter, and it's just more susceptible to changes in politics. Our hope is to ensconce the charter as the permanent source of this decision making, and our belief that we will be having this very same conversation regardless of that piece of the BRC.
Right. No, I am on board with that, Al. I thought Karen was getting at not handling it as a disposal because it was another city department or something to that. So I'm sorry for that confusion. Yes, we are fine with taking out the 8811 language.
So just to clarify, do I understand that we're striking these words from the motion? And we're starting after the word pursuant at the beginning of the third line and striking to Boulder Revised Code Chapters 8811?
Yep.
Which requires...
Leah, could you bring that back up? I'm sorry.
Yes, and Kurt, just a process reminder while we're pulling this up is that this is a
public hearing. Yep.
Yeah.
It seems like we're starting to get to motion creation, so we might want to go to public hearing.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay. Dave, you've got your hand up.
So I want to just muddy the waters a little more before we actually do anything. And so I really do have a problem with the use of the word disposal in actions like this. I fail to understand why two city departments can't have a memorandum of understanding between them without a formal disposal action. I just don't understand that. I get it with a outside or third party entity, but I fail to appreciate the distinction as far as city departments are concerned.
Do you mean not having to come to board or council? Let's say if there's the northern pipeline easement was 60 feet wide for a very large pipeline. So if, or the interceptor sewer line that the city was proposing, which, potentially through open space, that was again, a 60-inch underground pipeline, that could be quite impactful to open space. If we didn't have to go through a disposal or some charter guided process, the board and council would never have to see that.
Janet, I noticed your face popped up, and I just wanted to know if you can help us non-lawyerly folks maybe work a little bit.
Right. Thank you, Dan. And this is Janet Michaels from the City Attorney's Office. One nuance to our analysis in determining that disposal is required is the language in Charter Section 176. And that says that open space land may not be improved after acquisition unless the improvements are necessary to protect or maintain the land, or to provide for passive recreational use. So the key here is that open space land may not be improved after acquisition. The installation of this fiber optic cable is an improvement. It's not the traditional sense that one would think of, like enhancing the value, but it actually could in some ways enhance the value of the land. But it is a change in the use of the land. It's a change in the utility of the land. So it is an improvement to the land. So in order to comply with the charter that says we cannot improve the land after acquisition, the only way to do that is to go through a disposal process. Since the city is the fee holder of the land, and that doesn't change, the title is in City of Boulder, then they have developed this process of 8-8-11 to help when we have uses going to from open space used by a different purpose for non-open space purposes. That's what then brings us back into Charter Section 177. So all three of those, the ordinance and then those two charter sections, work together. I don't know if I helped or made it muddier.
I find that very helpful, Janet. Thank you.
I respectfully disagree with that assessment, but I understand it.
And I think it's clear that this change does provide more protection for the resources. It ensures that things will come through the board. And while I know we're all a little bit leery about calling something a disposal when it's not as obvious what's being transferred, I do think it adds some more protection. So I guess I'm okay with that. Other questions before we go to the public? Yeah, Caroline.
Just with the idea of calling it an improvement to the land for open space purposes, since we are creating these handholds and these underground tunnels, I feel like I could argue the other way that wouldn't be an improvement for open space purposes. Just if that language clarifies anything or.
Thank you. And I'm looking for, I've got a memo that might help with some court decisions. An improvement, so the Colorado Court of Appeals has held that an improvement is anything, and I'm trying to find the definition right now. I didn't have it highlighted in my memo. Improvements to real property. An improvement to real property is an addition to real property, whether permanent or not, especially one that increases its value or utility. And what we're doing here is increasing the utility of the land. The land right now is only being utilized for open space purposes. Now there is a different utility to which the land is being put, and that is to be sited, the location for the fiber optic cables. We have these Colorado Court of Appeals decisions that have told us that there doesn't have to be an increase in the value, but I can give you an example of how it might be an increase in the value. Say, for instance, and this would never happen, but say that the OSBT and City Council decided to sell off a chunk of open space land to a developer. I know this would.
You just cut off.
Bear with me for use of this example.
Struck you down, Janet. You froze there for a second.
Had me there for a second. No, well, just the idea of how something how it increases the value of the land. So let's say that this was a sewer line instead of a fiber optic cable. It's a sewer line that would be put in, and then open space goes to sell the land. Well, which would never happen, but for purposes of this example, when they sell the land, they could say, but look, there's already sewer installed into it. So so you buyer would not have to install new sewer line. So in that sense, it improves the value, it enhances the value of the land, not for anything we would ever do, but that is a way that you can maybe visualize how there is an enhancement in the value of the land. But again, what I focused on in my analysis was the change in the utility of the land, because right now this land is not being used to carry fiber optic cable, and it's being used for a different purpose, which is exactly why we're going through the disposal process, because it is permitting a non-open space use of open space land.
I don't think that anyone disagrees that this is a disposal process. For me to just even further clarify while you're here, Janet, this is very helpful for me. I'm a big student of Boulder's history, and tell me if I'm wrong, but for many decades, I should say for many years at least, Section 177 stood on its own with the words otherwise conveyed being very clear to everyone that interdepartmental transfer, conveyance, etc. was effectively a disposal. It was only when some unsavory elements misinterpreted the very charter that it required the council to go through a process of clarification, which is ensconced in the BRC. I think what you're hearing some trustees say is we're part of the old school where we read Section 177 as clear, and we don't want to give undue credence to the BRC, which we see as redundant and unnecessary on this legal topic.
And in addition to that, I think, Janet, your interpretation follows the conventional real estate dogma, but in fact, in natural lands management, looking at land value is the opposite of the conclusion that apparently the appeals court came to, and that is that certain activities or functions do not increase the value of natural lands. In fact, that's a rather depauperate view from my perspective as a natural land manager, that if you put a sewer line or a fiber optic cable line or anything like that, even if it's underground, that has somehow has added value to natural lands, it is exactly the opposite of how I view that we ought to be perceiving the importance and value of natural lands.
So Janet, may I ask you, do you see an issue with taking out that reference to 8811 and the strength of the motion or the need for that language in the motion?
I think that we can proceed purely with Charter Section 177, and it doesn't impact the validity of the action to not reference 8811.
Thank you.
Okay, Karen?
I have one other while Janet's still here, and thank you, Janet. When we provide Public Service Company of Colorado with an easement, we dispose of whatever it is they're wanting an easement for before granting them the easement, correct?
The easement is actually the conveyance. So when you do,
but we dispose of it first and then give the easement, right?
Yes, I guess the way that you could look at it is that 177 is the authority, is the permission to grant the easement.
Okay, and then the other thing I think we always do when we grant an easement for something like Public Service Company of Colorado is it comes with some compensation to OSMP, because in my mind, I agree with Dave Kuntz's description, it's devaluing the natural lands. And so we get compensation back from Excel for their getting that easement. And so I'm wondering if anything has been discussed about the compensation that we would get from the IT department.
Karen, this is Bethany. I don't know that Janet Janet doesn't typically involve herself in actually negotiating real estate easements or anything like that. So we get compensation, we get consideration, we can get trades depending on what's going, what the easement or request is. In this case, we will eventually be getting lateral tie-ins to the nature center and the ranger cottage, and potentially again other priority tie-ins that we find necessary. We're also getting the use of obviously we're benefiting, or we find that we're benefiting from the use of the emergency towers for our rangers and that upgraded infrastructure. So as far as what the consideration or what value would be, it would actually cost more to get an appraisal of that than it would the compensation to get that we might get from IT for this minimal amount of length and easement type interest necessary, or use of the open space land. And again, because we continue to be able to utilize and have ultimate control over the, and it doesn't impact our open space purposes or use of the property. We didn't find that we needed to discuss compensation.
And I believe, perhaps I'm wrong, aren't all other city departments getting that access to the broadband without giving any easements?
Well, this infrastructure has gone through like Valmont Bike Park, a considerable distance through Valmont Bike Park. They have not gotten, they have not received any payment for it, for that interest going through there. It's gone under Boulder Creek Path and other areas that are owned and managed by Transportation Park. So no, there has been no changing of funding or compensation from IT to those departments.
And that is correct. The only compensation that's gone out is when we've had to do any, like through ditch agreements and those kinds of things. But for the most part, this is recognized to be a community benefit. As Bethany pointed out, it's serving a huge public safety purpose. In the case of another department, we're bringing activity to the traffic signals, which will enhance transportation. It'll be a significant improvement to transportation. So that benefits all city residents. So there has been no direct compensation exchange between the different departments. Or financial exchange, I should say.
And I am not arguing the lack of community benefit. I'm just thinking about the taxpayers' dollars that have come to OSMP to acquire these lands with the intent that their taxes were being used for OSMP acquisition. And in this case, we're losing some of that, what was acquired.
Well, but I will second what Bethany said. The benefit that's getting brought to open space in connecting those two facilities, it's a very costly process to lay that fiber, especially when you're starting from scratch and that's the only thing you're doing. So it's a significant enhancement, for those locations to bring that connectivity there.
Given how much we have remaining on the agenda, I would love to close clarifying questions if we have no more, and then we'll open the public hearing. Is that okay? Okay, we will go ahead then and open the public hearing on the broadband issue. And Allison, at this point, do we have anyone signed up to speak?
Yep, we have one person, Sean Kendall, I believe.
Okay.
And then I'm seeing Lynn Siegel. And I'll just go over again in case anyone joined late, that if they want to raise their hand to speak now, they can go to the participants icon box at the bottom of their screen and open that box, and then they should see a button to raise hand. And if you're calling in by phone, you can press *9 to indicate that you wish to speak. So.
Okay, and I will just remind folks that are signing up that your comments need to be very specific to the broadband issue, which is in front of us. Let's go ahead, Allison, then, and do 3 minutes.
Okay, so Sean, I'll start with you, and you should be unmuted.
I am unmuted.
Yep.
Thank you very much. What I was going to talk about real briefly is the first sentence of section 177, and I think it provides support for the idea that what really open space would be granting is the equivalent of an easement, and the charter really provides that power. The first sentence provides, no open space land owned by the city may be sold, leased, traded, or otherwise conveyed, nor may any exclusive license or permit on any such open space land be given until approval of such disposal by the city council. And it's those words, exclusive license or permit, which really embodies the idea that what is happening here is not what the city code talks about, a transfer of land, but what open space would be granting is a permit or a license for another use to another city department. So I would support a motion, or would ask the board to support a motion that provided that doesn't reference the city code, but only provides the right of the use of the land without any transfer of ownership. Thank you very much. Actually, just one other thing that I'd also like to talk about is no one's really asked why the water treatment facilities need broadband access. I guess it's a little bit more understandable why the communication towers do with changes in technology, but it really kind of seems like a particular extravagance to spend the money to access those facilities, especially in light of the council's purpose of expanding broadband for all of the community. And I'm not sure to what extent that those city services at that expense, both in going over open space land and paying the price of the cable, whether that's really worth it. Thank you.
Okay, up next we have Lynn Siegel and then Paul Coleman. Okay, Lynn.
Well, this is an interesting thought. What if the next thing on the agenda is a flood? What if a flood comes through and eviscerates and takes out and exposes the fiber, 36 inches down or something, and a cow's walking across it and gets entangled and killed on open space, or someone gets somehow harmed by the fiber? That could be a detriment, Janet, to its being on the space. Ultimately, in thousands of years, this could well be exposed in some way and be a noxious kind of a entanglement issue. But what I wanted to bring up is Francis was talking about competitive value and the Internet of Things. And I, of course, value these things, but I was very dependent upon us municipalizing the electric supply and the fiber optic network simultaneously within the next 5 years or so, until XL swooped in and undid 10 years worth of work with Bob Yates and people on the council that were brainwashed, I feel, into getting us out of that situation and into a franchise again. I am planning on, with our new electronic petition gathering, to see something. I would hope that I'm the first to sign a petition to get off of Xcel Energy in November of 2021, and to
municipalize again, not wait until 2025. So I would approve of this use, let's call it use, provided that we can municipalize and purchase our own fiber optics, because I don't know who's going to be using those fiber optics, Francis, and I don't know how this competition is going to be beneficial to me as a citizen of this community if I don't own it. And I don't want Bob Yates from Level 3 and his buddies from Zayo Group that were involved in this fiasco about Excel and having a personal interest somehow there with Zayo Group. I would rather see us owning this benefit in exchange for this use and compensation effectively. And also, I would not want to have anything to do with 5G if that's somehow a leverage point because of the health damages of that issue. So those are my comments.
Okay, and the last hand is Paul Coleman. Okay, Paul, you should be good.
Yeah, I'm Paul Coleman. Live in South Boulder and Shanahan Ridge. And this is my first OSMP meeting that I've been to, and I'm impressed with the way you guys are handling yourselves. You're doing good. My concern is that you should restrict the IT department from giving access to this conduit to any third non-city parties. I'd hate to see them rent it out to Comcast or Zayo or Verizon or whatever. So kind of following up on what Lynn said is I wouldn't want it being used for 5G or something like that. The other thing is that it seems like you have a one size fits all solution. You've got two 2-inch conduits going everywhere. And as I understand it, one conduit can hold 442 circuits. So you've got, potentially 884 circuits going up to the wastewater treatment plant. And it seems like overkill to me. I wonder if there's anything maybe possibly less invasive with a smaller capacity. And that's my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul. And Allison, where does that leave us?
That's it.
Okay. Then I will close the public hearing and return this issue to deliberation by the board. I think, Dan, at this point, let's make sure we understand what the language change is that we're proposing. And so maybe you or Bethany could tell us what you think the cleanest way is to do this. There we go.
Oh, we were missing a word in there anyway. So I would just say delete that and which requires and say in compliance with disposal procedures of Article 7. But
right.
If somebody wants to read through that just to make sure, that's what I would probably look to.
Okay, give everyone a chance to read that. Okay, now I'm blind because we can't have both the text up and the participating members. So maybe we better switch back to the matrix view here for a moment. Does anybody? Yes, Karen.
Can you click on view and click on what is the thing that I have clicked on? I think it's speaker view. And then you'll see the board members across the top and you'll see the text on the main screen. I think.
So I take it you're able to see both right now.
Yeah, well, until it was taken down. I think it would be
the iPad, Kurt, it might not be an option, but we can try again if you'd like.
Leah, can you put the motion language back up so he can?
Yeah, I don't see a way to do it on the iPad. And
sorry. Okay.
But so board members are just going to have to speak up. Does anybody want to either move this motion or modify it?
I'd be glad to try a motion.
Okay, yes, please.
I move to approve and recommend that City Council approve a permit to approve a permit between the City of Boulder Open Space and Mountain Parks and the City of Boulder Innovation Technology Department to enable the IT department to install, operate, and maintain 2-inch subsurface conduits co-located in one borehole with approximately 16 appurtenance handholds within those open space lands identified on attachment B, to be governed by an interdepartmental memo of understanding as part of the City Council approved community broadband project.
Did you intend to leave out section 177?
I just realized that I did that.
Okay, just want to be sure.
I'm sorry to jump in again with the language permit. That is a conveyance document that the city cannot grant to another, that open space cannot grant to another city department. So because the City of Boulder owns the land, we cannot do a legal document like a permit. I know that's confusing. And again, that's why we do an interdepartmental MOU. And
okay.
I apologize for jumping in.
Can I use a verb?
Please.
To approve the of.
Yep, that worked.
A certain use of City of Boulder open space and the Mountain Parks land.
Karen, sorry, it cut out on my end right as you changed those words. Do you mind saying that again? To approve the.
To approve permitting.
And Leah, you can get rid of the first permit, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. Because you have a.
Keep going. Yep. Get rid of to approve. That's okay. Leave it like that. To approve permitting.
No.
The City of Boulder. So delete a permit between. Open space, Mountain Parks, and the City of Boulder IT department. In compliance with disposal procedures of Article 12, Section 177.
Of the Boulder City Charter.
Correct.
Yes.
To enable the IT department to install, operate, and maintain, get rid of the TO after maintain.
And so the rest is unchanged, am I right?
Yes.
Okay. We've got a number of approves in the first sentence. And so I guess my question is,
Yeah, we need to get rid of, after the word trustees, get rid of the TO.
Well, okay.
Can't we just have the word permit as a verb? Get rid of to approve and the ing?
Yes.
so, right, got
So,
it.
yeah, you could say
Okay.
to permit the use of, right now you don't have what they're permitting, the open space lands or the use of open space lands or anything. By who?
Well, we're permitting the city of Boulder OS. Oh, I see. Okay.
Well, it seems sufficient the way it's written, but
I'm fine with it if we capitalize open space in the fourth sentence up from the bottom.
Yes. And I would put OSMP lands, not open space lands. I just put OSMP lands.
okay. Okay, do you want to try reading that over again?
I move that the Open Space Board of Trustees approve and recommend that City Council permit the City of Boulder OSMP and the City of Boulder IT Department in compliance with the disposal procedures of Article 12, Section 177 of the City of Boulder Charter to enable the IT department to install, operate, and maintain 2 2-inch subsurface conduits co-located in one borehole with approximately 16 appurtenant handholds within those OSMP lands identified on Attachment B to be governed by an interdepartmental memorandum of understanding as part of the City Council approved community broadband project.
I'll second that.
I have 2 questions that, oh, I'm sorry, Hal, did you have a question about the motion?
Yeah, well, I was ready to go on this one, but I found, I believe the nice gentleman's name was Paul's comments about the possible leasing and renting of this to be very interesting, related to your points about us not being compensated on this. That was a very interesting comment that I hadn't thought about. And I find myself kind of spinning on that. It feels unfortunate if the community broadband project actually becomes a rental hole in the ground under our lands for private profit, but I'm not sure what to do with those thoughts.
Thank you, Hal. I wanted to ask about that same thing. And I also wanted to ask about the smaller capacity for service to the water system at Red Rocks. So can staff answer either of those?
Yes. Yeah, yes, I can speak to both of them. I'll take your last question about the water treatment plant. So the gentleman who mentioned the number of strands of fiber that could potentially go through that conduit was fairly accurate, but that is not what we would necessarily bring to those water treatment plant or to those towers. As a matter of fact, it would be a significantly smaller number of fiber strands. When the expensive part of any of this work is the actual boring and installation of the conduit. The fiber in and of itself is a fairly relatively low cost. So for the backbone infrastructure, when we're running down the main thoroughfares, so if you picture that diagram that I brought up, that's where we put the high capacity fiber strands. As we start going to the laterals, they're typically 24 or 12, 24 or 48 strand fiber. And that's really, you don't want to go too small because the incremental cost to go higher, like go from 12 to 24 is almost nothing, relatively speaking. So there won't be this vast amount of fiber strands that are actually going to these locations. There'll be just enough to manage signal telemetry and security cameras and those kinds of things, because that's what, some of the interest in bringing it to those tanks. And as far as the Hal's question related to the potential private ownership, so the city will never. The intent is for this project is to create an open network, an open access network. We would never, we would potentially use it as leasing opportunities to facilitate. I'm going to just use this as an example. If for whatever reason we wanted to ensure this one particular area, we wanted to enhance their broadband services, and we partnered with an entity that would offer to do that service. We want to be able to provide them the ability to offer that service. Obviously, there would be some form of compensation back to the city, but all of this is theoretical, because at this point in time, this network is really solely built and owned by the city. What's done with it moving forward is part of what we're calling like the phase 2 of the project, where we're going to go back to council and say, what is the vision for this infrastructure? What is it that we want to do? What kind of services do we want to offer, and that type of thing. So that's basically the intent behind that, is to allow someone, like if there was, and also if there was a larger business, for example, let's just say IBM wanted to build a larger facility someplace, and we happen to have fiber that was running right by there, rather than have them bore into the street, because the real estate underneath the streets is really, really tight. You talk to anybody in the utilities group and they'll tell you that it freaks them out anytime anyone is boring in the streets, because the potential of hitting utility infrastructure is very high. And so it also serves to limit potential future damage. The more we can parlay these resources and make them available to other entities.
Okay. Hal, did that address your question?
Somewhat. Yep. Thank you.
Okay.
Kurt, I have a request.
Yep.
Leah, could you move on the screen? Could you move up the lower part of the original language for the motion? So my question is, Karen, in your motion, it was the city council that permitted. It strikes me that the city council doesn't actually permit it, it actually approves or can approve the permit.
And OSMP is the permit.
Right. And so I was thinking the language that Bethany, I think, originally proposed might be clearer in that regard.
And so Dave, you're saying replace the word permit or the verb permit
Leah,
with
can you
approve?
move it so we can see both of them?
This is Bethany. It did say recommend that city council approve the permitted use of. You do need to include city council approve something, because
Right.
that's how the charter is, right.
Yeah, so I think the council approves, but they don't permit, they approve the permit.
Again,
approve
we
the
don't
disposal.
convey it. We don't.
Right.
convey
So
it.
it needs to say OSBT permits a certain use and recommend that city council approve. Right, Dave?
So 176 requires OSBT recommend, and 177 requires OSBT approve. So those words are very purposeful. So it would be OSBT approve and recommends the city council approve.
Yeah.
And that's why we had the permitted use, because again, we can't issue a permit.
Right, right.
Um,
So that's what I was saying. I think the language that you proposed, Bethany, is a little more accurate.
So are we just replacing the word permit with city council approve?
The permitted.
City council approves a disposal. That tracks with the charter.
Yeah. Dave, do you think we need that word permitted in there? Why not just say city council approve?
What are they going to approve?
They're going to prove that the city of Boulder Open Space and city of Boulder IT install this system.
Okay, approve that.
Approve the use and just
Approve that,
permit
yeah.
it. Approve the use of, and then.
I just say approve.
It has to say approve that, I think.
That's fine. If you want to add to that, that's fine.
So, excuse me, the board approves the disposal and recommends that city council approve the disposal. And the disposal is to authorize a use or to permit a use, a non-open space use. So like Bethany said, those words were purposefully drafted that way. So it complies with the charter.
So it's not permitting a use.
It is permitting a use, or you could say authorizing a use. But what the board is doing.
The original motions
I like
said
the
approve the permitted use.
Yeah, I like the language of the motion that's in the memo, which I think, Janet, you're saying. So the council recommends that the council approve the permitted use of certain city of Boulder open space and mountain parks lands.
Okay.
By the City of Boulder Innovation and Technology Department.
Right.
And then we go under in compliance with then the rest of it's fine.
One other, if I may, one other clarifying factor in the motion is changing that fourth line up to say OSMP lands. So the reason that it says the OSMP lands identified on attachment B. Attachment B has a defined term called open space properties, and that has open capital O space capital S properties. And there's an exhibit that identifies the open space properties. So the language is supposed to be, I mean, it's identifying what is in the motion. And also there's not any such thing as OSMP lands.
Yeah.
On my map, it says OSMP land. In the key.
On attachment B? I don't have that in front of me.
On attachment B.
The first page where it actually describes them, Karen, has open space property list and property map. And throughout the memo, we do refer to them as the open space properties, capital O, capital S, capital P.
So
If
can
I
we
could
just
chime
go
in,
ahead,
just
Dan.
Being in the real estate realm for the first few years here and working closely with Janet, the crafting of the motion is something that perhaps would take a day working back and forth on in order to address, like Janet would see certain things and we certainly see. So, it's your motion, but going back to the original motion, if you see words in there that is troublesome, I would suggest maybe picking it out and sticking with the original motion, because again, I'd imagine Bethany and Matt and Janet spent considerable time going back and forth on this to make sure that it's spot on, but just offer that.
I certainly would support Janet's suggestion of how we refer to the lanes.
And I agree as well.
Okay,
Is that a change to the staff recommended motion?
No, I
Yeah,
think,
it said lowercase open space lands, so it should be capitalized open space properties.
Right, okay.
Yep.
So we have two motions now.
no, let's make it one. Let's reduce the number of motions.
one of them is seconded.
Yeah.
I'm all in favor of friendly amendments.
Well, but I think you have to, if you want to go with the second one, which was actually the original, then you have to withdraw your motion.
Yeah, I'm going to withdraw. Karen, you're going to withdraw the motion, is that right?
Sure, but then we've got to correct the spelling in the original, in the staff wording, because
Right.
there's the typo.
Okay, Karen, why don't you take a crack at reading the staff recommended motion, changing open space lands to open space properties, and let's see how that reads.
Karen, would you like me to put this out of the screen and put up the original motion?
Isn't what's on the bottom the original language?
Well,
No.
here.
Yeah, with that first, exactly, right there. Yeah.
I think this, right, Bethany?
Mhm.
Okay, so maybe that's better, Karen, to go from there.
And Leah, instead of open space lands, it's capital O, capital S properties.
Here.
And also 3 lines up, 3 lines up from the bottom. Okay, let me take a stab at this.
Thank you.
I move that the Open Space Board of Trustees approve and recommend that City Council approve the permitted use of certain City of Boulder open space properties by the City of Boulder Innovation and Technology Department in compliance with the disposal procedures of Article 12, Section 177 of the City of Boulder Charter, to install, operate, and maintain 2 2-inch subsurface conduits co-located in one borehole with approximately 16 appurtenant handholds within those open space properties identified on Attachment B, to be governed by an interdepartmental MOU as part of the City Council approved community broadband project.
I will second it. Anybody have any final comments before we vote?
I guess I'm planning to vote affirmatively. I just want to recall, I heard from Bethany, we will ultimately have clean up your own mess provisions in the MOU.
Very good. Okay, anybody else? Since I can't see any hands raised, I guess there are none. Speak up if anybody else wants to add anything. Okay, then we will vote. Karen,
Yes.
Hal,
Yes.
Dave,
Yes.
Caroline,
Yes.
and I vote yes also. So it passes unanimously. Thanks to everyone and staff, particularly for your patience. We appreciate it.
Thank you guys for great questions.
And thank you to the public who spoke.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you,
We are
Francis.
going to
Thank
take a
you,
break
Janet,
now.
for joining us.
Yeah.
You're welcome. Thank you.
We're going to take a break until about 11 minutes after, because we have a fairly long item coming up next. Okay, so we're in recess for 7 minutes. Do we have Caroline? There we go. Okay. The board is now back in session. We're moving to the consideration of the revised report on the upstream option for South Boulder Creek flood mitigation. And Dan, I understand you're going to kick things off.
Yeah, thanks, Kurt. Just got a couple of minutes of introductions, and I'm going to turn it over to others, mainly Joe. Just wanted to also, those folks that may be tuning in for the first time this fall, just a reminder that this is actually the second of 2 meetings in which we're dedicating towards spending time on talking about an upstream flood mitigation project analysis. Last month, November 18th, in fact, we did a couple of things in regards to this project. First, staff provided a pretty robust presentation on the analysis of an upstream flood mitigation project that was aimed at addressing the questions that were laid out in the OSBT's June 3rd, 2020 motion. At that same meeting, the board asked a lot of clarifying questions and received staff responses. And third, we also had a public hearing in which we heard from members of the public about the upstream flood mitigation work that staff has been working on. At tonight's meeting, after staff provides a high-level summary of how it addressed some of the OSBT's questions and clarification requests that emerged out of the November meeting, we will turn our attention to board deliberations, as tonight really is the opportunity for this board to provide City Council with feedback it may have with regards to staff's upstream flood mitigation work ahead of City Council's January 5th meeting, when staff will provide council with the upstream analysis report. It's been already noted tonight, but I just want to make clear again that tonight is not a meeting for this board to consider a disposal of any OSMP land interests that may be requested in the future for a flood mitigation project. If a flood mitigation project continues to proceed that requires any use of open space properties, a disposal consideration by this board and council would be needed. And though any potential OSBT council disposal requirements may relate to the potential annexation of the CU South property, that right now there is no time frame yet for when OSBT may be asked to consider disposal. So I'm going to turn things over to Joe, but before I do, just a couple of high-level agenda, sort of how we're thinking this discussion tonight will work. As I said earlier, staff will, and mainly Joe Tattiucci from Utilities, will provide a summary of how the staff responded to some of the board's questions and clarifying questions it had at the November meeting. Joe will also provide a high-level overview of the timeline as we know it now for the flood mitigation project. Staff will then entertain any clarifying questions that the board may have on the further work and the refinements we did to the memo and to your questions that you had at the November 18th that we answered after that meeting. And then we'll turn things over to Kurt, who will lead the board through a discussion and hopefully culminating in the development of feedback that we'll be able to pass on and provide counsel. So with that, I'm going to introduce Joe Tattiucci, Director of Utilities for the City of Boulder, and Joe will take it from here.
Thank you, Dan. Just a mic check. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. I'm here with Brandon Coleman. Brandon is our utilities engineering project manager. He's also on screen for the video. And Brandon, if you don't mind pulling up our PowerPoint presentation, we can get going on things. And we have a very brief staff presentation tonight. I think I have 6 slides to go over if you count the agenda, and wanted to leave ample time for questions and board deliberation. So Brandon, if you'll flip to the agenda slide. So here's our agenda for tonight. Dan just hit the highlights of it. Mostly I'm going to focus on how we address the feedback from the November meeting. I'll talk briefly about the overall project schedule, and then we'll respond to any clarifying questions the board has prior to your deliberation. And before we flip to the next slide, I'm going to start with highlights of how we addressed your changes, and there were a few different themes. You asked us to break out the environmental impacts by landowner. You wanted both the public and the board expressed a desire to see more of the quantitative data in our tables that we presented in November. You had several comments on the wording, in many cases aimed at consistency of how we were handling things. And then you had a few questions about conveyance options, either through the Veely channel or other means to get water under US 36 through piping. So if you'll go ahead and flip to the next slide, Brandon. So one of the board's comments was to break out the environmental impacts by landowner. And we did so in table 1 in the memo that was put out for tonight's meeting. And so for each category, we have the OSMP, the CU, and the total impacts. And we presented this in a little different way from what we did in November, and switched the rows and columns to try and make it easier to compare side by side for each category. Next slide, Brandon. You also requested that we provide quantitative data. We included an updated trade-offs summary table in the memo, which you can see here on this slide. Certainly don't expect anyone to be able to read this on the screen as it sits now. And this was revised from the November discussion, and all of the info is there in the packet. And we have some backup slides if you want to talk about any of the specific categories in this trade-off table in more detail. Next slide. So you gave us feedback, the board did, on the wording in several areas of our memo. A few of the primary ones are shown on this slide, again, kind of aimed at consistency. You mentioned the description of the US 36 overtopping and how that affects the West Valley neighborhoods. And you asked us to just make sure we're consistent in our wording throughout the memo. The board also mentioned the groundwater conveyance system, and that we need to document that it will be fully functional for the duration of the dam's existence on the property. So we attempted to address that. And then we had further explanation of the different types of impacts and how those relate to this project. So we tried to address those as well. I think there were a number of other comments, but those were some of the primary themes. Next slide, Brandon. The last topic was related to conveyance, and we talked a fair amount in the November meeting about how the project interacts with the Veely Channel, and could that be enhanced as part of the project, or alternatively, could we add some additional pipes under US 36 adjacent to South Boulder Creek on the west side? And we spent some time after the meeting we had in November reflecting on that, looked into it with our consultants. We also tried to speak to it in the memo. And I would say the biggest realization that we had after discussing it is that if we took away the levee and tried to make use of additional pipes or capacity under US 36, we wouldn't be able to match the variant 100 flood effectiveness because we wouldn't have any controlling features that would guarantee the water would go along a certain east-west flow path and make its way into the whatever structures we would put there to divert water and get it under US 36. So similar to how we how the upstream option had the grade control structure on the upstream portion of the facilities that would be needed. When we talked about it, our concern with removing the levee and trying to use a different approach is that the water again could miss our structures. So we didn't see a way to do it that would match the flood effectiveness and really reduce the infrastructure on open space property, and certainly can talk more about that if you have any questions. Next slide, Brandon. So there was also a request that we kind of show the overall schedule. This slide kind of gives the highlights of the estimated overall schedule. And right now, there are two big things that we're actively working on. One being the preliminary design on the variant 100, as well as the work with the board on the upstream analysis. And then the second thing that's happening right now relates to the annexation of the CU property. And we're going through a number of engagement events with the community. So those are the current events, and then we'll get into design and permitting as we go forward. And ultimately, the project schedule as it sits now, we're looking to have construction occur in 2024 and 2025. So that's kind of the highlights of the schedule. And again, we can talk more about that in detail if the board has questions. And so Brandon, if you can flip one more slide. So that was what we had in terms of the presented materials. Certainly there's a lot to unpack. I know one of the public commenters mentioned the level of detail in the memo. We would be happy to address any clarifying questions that the board has and help with the deliberations. And just kind of a reminder in terms of framing the questions and discussion. This really translates to the feedback the board gave us on June 3rd earlier this year. And then ultimately on June 16th, council requested us to work with the Open Space Board and staff, look a little deeper at the upstream alternatives, compare it to the variant 1, and bring the board's feedback back to City Council, which we'll be doing on January 5th. So that's what we had in terms of prepared information. We've got plenty of backup slides if you want to get into any of the details. And so with that, I'll flip it back to you, Kurt, for any comments or board questions.
Can we go to the matrix screen?
The schedule?
No, I'm asking Allison or Leah if we can go back to okay, great. So here's my proposal about how we proceed. I think our clarifying questions almost all relate to what is covered in the report and how it's covered. And so some of those questions will go to Joe and Brandon. Some may go to open space staff. And so I guess I would like to do clarifying questions first. The second thing that I think we might do, and it's probably good to keep it separate, is where board members want to propose a change or an adjustment or a correction to the report. I think we would do that discussion second. And then the third thing would be crafting our feedback to council. Does that work for people? Do you have other suggestions?
Sounds good to me.
Okay. Well, I will just say, raise your hand if you have a question for any of the staff about what is described in the memo. And Hal, I see you. Go ahead.
This is a question for open space staff. First off, I really appreciate you breaking out the environmental impacts by landowner. And one of the big surprises I encountered in that was apparently CU has a bigger inventory of Ute ladies tress orchids than anyone understood. And I was hoping someone could describe exactly where CU's Ute ladies tresses really are. That kind of came as a surprise to me.
There's Dan.
Hi. Good evening, everyone. Don D'Amico, Open Space Mountain Park. Yeah, Hal, there are quite a few Ute ladies trusses orchids on the CU property. They're kind of scattered about. I would say that the majority of the orchid habitat actually lies along the base of the levee, the CU levee on the inside. And other orchids are just kind of scattered around. Some of them occur in that rather large kind of drainage ditch that also runs along the base of the levee. But
are any of them in the old, what do we call them, detention ponds furthest southmost, or are they really all at the base of the levee?
most are off the base of the levee. As far as I know, there aren't any in those cattail marshes on the south end of the property. They're too chock full of cattails to support orchids.
Thank you, Don.
You're welcome.
Whoever's next, just raise your hand. Karen.
I'd like to stick with you, Ladies Choice's habitat and table 1. I've noticed that the table, although it talks about permanent project footprint, the footnote indicates that it includes temporary construction-related, permanent, and direct and indirect impacts, all of the above. And I'm wondering why under Ute Ladies Tresses habitat, for instance, under variant 1, the potential indirect impact of loss of Ute Ladies Tresses habitat north of Highway 36 with variant 1 is not considered and not shown in the table. You're muted, Don.
Sorry, habitat north of US 36?
Yep.
Well, the assumption is that our groundwater conveyance system will create the hydrology or maintain the hydrology that supports orchids in that field north of the highway.
And I think the assumption is that the levee, the proposed levee for the upstream project would decrease the habitat for the Ladies Tresses orchids, right?
That's generally correct, yes.
And the Preble jumping mouse. So what I don't understand is if those are indirect potential losses, impacts, for upstream project, why you're not showing indirect potential impacts for variant 1 also.
If I understand you correctly, what you're saying is that there should be similar impacts of the upstream option levy on orchids. No, sorry.
No, we at this point, OSBT knows almost nothing about the underground flow, except that it's important to nourish the Ute ladies, tresses, orchids, and the other important wet meadow habitat that exists there. We also know relatively little about the groundwater conveyance system, except that the engineers keep saying, it's going to be great, trust us. And as looking at it from an ecological viewpoint, I'm saying, and unless and until I get a lot more detail to convince me, I think there is potential loss, indirect loss of habitat on the north side of Highway 36 from the cutoff of the groundwater and the need to maintain the conveyance system forever.
Right. And we have always tried to communicate and make clear that north of US 36, the engineers feel like the groundwater conveyance system will maintain that hydrology.
And Karen, there's two things going on here, I think. The big numbers we're seeing under the upstream project for impacts all relate to the small levee that keeps the water from going west, and that fragments the habitat. So I don't think those are trying to be a description of the impact on habitat from groundwater interruption.
I totally agree with that statement.
Okay.
Right.
And I have questions about those too, but I thought it might be better to take them one at a time.
You know, while we're here, why don't you go ahead?
Hey, Karen, could I just jump in before you go ahead? So Don and Brandon, you know, part of our problem is that we haven't seen any groundwater study results. So I think, Don, for you to say, well, the engineers think that, you know, we're going to be able to maintain the, you know, the hydrology groundwater on the north side of 36, you know, is a problem for us because we don't know if, you know, what those monitoring wells are showing and kind of what's going on there. And so I think that's one of our main concerns before we actually move very much further ahead.
But if I could jump in then, so in order to be consistent, we could approach it in one of two ways. We could say, we're going to assume the groundwater system could be maintained under both an upstream and a variant 1, and those numbers would reflect that we're assuming it could work. If we want it to reflect on the north side of 36, then we got to be consistent and say, okay, anywhere there's a groundwater conveyance system, let's assume it's not going to work. Then let's do the impacts fully for both upstream and variant 1. Like we couldn't just add the north side of 36 in it without saying, okay, the upstream groundwater conveyance is going to fail as well. So what would that look like? So we had to go one of two ways. We had to either assume it's working for both scenarios or it's not working for both scenarios.
Yeah, Dan, I would agree with the consistency notion. I guess I am not convinced that we know what the groundwater hydrology is anywhere in that area, and so it's very difficult to say anything at this point until we get a better idea about what's going on. For example, I think there may be a need for groundwater conveyance systems both on the dam on the upstream alternative that's on the CU South property, as well, in my opinion, as perhaps on the levee that connects the dam to US 36. And so I think there's still some pretty large unknowns as far as what's happening underneath the ground as far as hydrology is concerned.
May I ask a quick clarifier on Dave's point there? And
yeah,
forgive me for this, Dave, but with such massive differences in environmental habitat impact between these two projects, what good purpose does it serve to analyze further impacts on the upstream?
Well, if you're asking me, my view, which we'll probably get to later, is that we should take the upstream alternative off the table. I think as it's currently designed and presented, it's not a valid alternative.
I tend to agree with you, and I guess that's why I'm leading away from anything that moves towards additional work requests.
Right. I agree completely.
We certainly could state more clearly that this analysis assumes full functioning of the groundwater conveyance. And that would apply to both of them. I mean, you could even argue, if you wanted to get into the weeds, that it might be worse for the upstream option because it's farther upstream. And so it has more wetlands downstream to impact. But I think within an order of magnitude, it's the same problem that we have to solve for either variant.
So my view is that I think, eventually, pretty quickly, we ought to get to a focus on variant 1. And I think that then comes back to Karen's concern is, look, if variant 1 is the priority or the primary project that's on the table for us to look at, then that's the concern we have, that the information pertaining to variant 1 be as accurate as possible.
Yeah, I would agree. Other clarifying questions?
Kurt, if I may, because I know eventually you want to get into any recommendations you would have for improving the report. Could we just document at this point that there's a desire on the board to further spell out in other ways the assumption that's being made about the groundwater conveyance system?
No, I think that would be good to note that. I don't really want to get into a lot of changes yet.
Okay.
And I intend to come back and have us go page by page after we've finished with clarifying questions. Any other clarifying questions?
I have a question also about the Prebbles Meadow jumping mouse habitat and what the 45 acres is about.
So the 45 acres is the land to the west of the levee, the proposed levee for the upstream option. And our assumption is that a levee would cut off access to Prebbles from the creek. It's kind of core habitat, it's critical habitat to the area on the other side of the levee. It would be difficult for them based on the height and the slope of the levee. I mean, they couldn't navigate over a levee like that, but they would be less inclined to. So we assume that they would have very limited access to habitat, nesting and foraging habitat on the west side of the levee.
And based on the biological studies that have been done, my question is, how far is that levee from the creek? And And what are the chances that the Prebbles Meadow jumping mouse mice that use the critical habitat along the creek would even be inclined to go that far?
Well, so the critical habitat along the creek, as you know, it's 140 meters out from the middle of the creek. And then land beyond that is identified as critical, or not critical habitat, but habitat conservation area for Prebbles. So in the, I think it was the early 2000s, there was a science team that was made up of experts from Fish and Wildlife Service, Boulder County, City of Boulder, National Park Service. They all got together and they looked at habitat that, in their best professional opinion, and some research studies that show that Prebbles not only use habitat, immediately adjacent to riparian areas, but further out into more mesic habitat, including mesic tallgrass, wetlands, and even upland grasslands. So that was a process that, again, was vetted through this science team, and then that information was actually incorporated into the county comp plan and the Boulder County habitat conservation plan, the draft plan for the mouse. As you know, Prebbles, I can't speak for them, but they, I mean, from a habitat perspective, they tend to not really distinguish between, say, a riparian area like South Boulder Creek and some of the more developed ditches that actually have shrubby vegetation along the edge of the ditch. The East Boulder ditch is a good example, which is just upstream of the bobbling trailhead on Baseline, where there's a real high density. For some reason, the Prebbles love the East Boulder ditch from the creek over to Cherryville. In the past, we've trapped Prebbles in real high densities along there. So, and as you know, there are formal ditches, but then lateral ditches that run all through those fields on open space on both the north and the south side of US 36 and along South Boulder Creek.
Can anybody tell me where that levee is located? How far from South Boulder Creek it is?
I will be able to, let me just pull up the plans here and I'll give the approximation off of the drawings.
While Brandon's doing that, Don, I guess I want to circle back to the 45 acre, the status of and characterization of the 45 acres that is behind that proposed levy. And in table 1, as you know, it says that, it's wetland impacts, and we all know that, there aren't 45 acres of wetlands there. And then in the text, it certainly acknowledges that. So why does the table reflect that there's 45 acres of wetlands when in fact that is not accurate?
So that's a good point. It would be more accurate to say for that, instead of saying wetlands, we could have asterisked that and said that 45 acres to the west of the proposed levee is a matrix of wetlands and mesic tallgrass mostly. There are some upland, some even dry upland inclusions in there, but without a formal delineation, and because of the kind of complexity, the juxtaposition, if you will, of these different habitats or vegetation types, I should say. It is a mishmash, a mosaic of uplands and wetlands, whether it's 70% uplands and 30% wetlands, 60% wetlands, and it's hard to say without a formal delineation. And I will say that that maybe not year to year, but the flood irrigation that is applied out there, depending on which areas our lessees send floodwater to. Now, granted, it's not a precise science by any means, but the wetlands can kind of, and the music tallgrass especially, can kind of shift around. And again, it's not 1 year it's wetland and the next year it's upland. It takes a number of years for that shift to occur. But given the imprecise nature of flood irrigation, precipitation patterns, all those types of things, you can get kind of I don't want to say movement, but wetlands and uplands occurring in slightly different locations. Say every, I don't know, 5 to 10 years, I would say. Again, depending if there is a change in irrigation practices mostly, but also just by nature of shifting vegetation.
Yeah, and I understand that, and thanks for that. All I'm saying is that when you in table 1, when you say wetlands, there's I would say an associated regulatory element when you say that, and so that kind of kicks that whole characterization up higher in the hierarchy of permitting concerns.
Right, and we did. I think you'll note that in the document we didn't talk about jurisdictional wetlands per se, because again, those require formal delineations. There was wetland mapping done out there, and I guess in some places mapping that approached the jurisdictional level, but to be a jurisdictional wetland, it needs to be approved or verified by the Corps of Engineers by virtue of a delineation report.
Yes.
So we can call them wetlands or we can call them uplands, but it doesn't really matter until the regulatory agency, the Corps of Engineers in this case, says they are or they aren't, as you know.
Yes.
So this is a good example of, in the next phase, we will quickly go through each page, and Dave, you can propose different wording for wetlands if you want it to be a little bit more communicative to the public. So that's the idea here. Other clarifying questions?
Brandon, do you have a distance?
Yes, I was just looking for the right spot to jump in there. So the levee, where it's closest to South Boulder Creek, so right adjacent to where it's shown tying into US 36, we're about 300 feet away from South Boulder Creek there. And then as you get further towards the south, it pulls away and it'll be a little over 1,000 feet away from South Boulder Creek at its furthest point. And that's where it connects to the upstream detention area.
Let me just finish my thought on that.
Please.
Since we have all that information. I'm sure some of you know Karen Meany, who is the mammologist who's done a lot of the work that I think is what Don was referring to around 2000, when so much study was done on the Prebles Meadow jumping mouse population along South Boulder Creek. And she said that in one study, she put traps parallel to the creek in 3 rows out 50 feet from the creek and 75 feet from the creek. And there was, quote, a huge attenuation of activity at increasing distances from the creek. In fact, we caught few animals at 75 feet out from the creek. And that's why I'm saying if this levee is 300 to 1,000 feet out from the creek, my question is, are we really preventing Preble's Meadow jumping mouse from using habitat that's so far away they don't normally use it anyway? Or is this a bit of an exaggeration to say that there's 45 acres of land further west that's so far to the west that they wouldn't normally go there?
So we're relying on the experts to a large degree. The science team I mentioned earlier that again, using best professional judgment and looking at scientific data, determine that that's at least habitat that should be included in a habitat conservation plan as suitable for prebbles. Is it preferable? You know, that's hard to say. Without a trapping survey of tens of thousands of traps over hundreds of trap nights, it's really difficult to determine exactly how far they move. I will say, I mentioned the East Boulder Ditch previously. That extends for several thousand feet east of South Boulder Creek, and there are prebbles all along South Boulder Creek or East Boulder Ditch. We've also, as you know,
Karen has trapped them out there.
Right.
Her papers document that.
Yeah, and as you know, when the phase 1 project for US 36 was done, CDOT was required by the Fish and Wildlife Service to mitigate for prebbles, and where they did that was on the Granite property immediately north of the East Boulder Community Center, which is, again, I'm not sure exactly how far, but several thousand feet to the west of South Boulder Creek. So, you know, there's some logic behind saying that grasslands, and especially wet meadows and willow shrublands that are intermixed out there and often occur along the ditches, provide suitable habitat for prebbles.
And just to chime in on that same point, Don, is we do have Dry Creek Ditch number 2, kind of splitting those two. So looking at the conservation zone map, there is a conservation zone associated with Dry Creek Ditch number 2. And I'll let Don say anything else about that. That's as much as I'll comment.
Yeah, most of the ditches are buffered by that same 140 meter distance out from either side.
Other clarifying questions? Wow. Okay. Well, we may be getting right back to this table, but I'm going to start on page 1 as soon as I get to it. Okay. And I think what we're looking for here are substantive changes to the report that we think are critical to have it be as accurate as possible. So does anybody have anything on page 1?
Forgive me, Kirk, can you give me the PDF page?
Well, I'm looking at a PDF that says agenda item 4, page 1.
Okay, 4-1.
Does that help?
Gotcha. Yep.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to go on to page 2. Okay, anybody on page 3?
I have a requested change in the bottom paragraph.
This is staff provided.
Pardon me?
Is that the paragraph starting staff provided?
Oh, I'm sorry. I guess I'm on page 4. Wrong side of the page.
Anything on page 3? Okay, we'll go on to page 4. If you find something, just yell. But okay, Karen, you're down here
Yeah.
saying to answer this question.
Bottom of page 4, 3 lines up. It says enough water remains in the main channel of South Boulder Creek to overtop Highway US 36. And I think it would be more accurate to say enough water remains in the main channel of South Boulder Creek and spills over the west bank of South Boulder Creek to overtop US 36 and subsequently flood the West Valley. It has to go to the west to be able to do those things.
So would it be just as accurate to say, and moves west to the Table Mesa area? I mean, it doesn't
But
just.
The reason why it moves west and the reason why we keep fretting about this so much
Right.
is it spills over the west bank of South Boulder Creek.
Yep. And why don't we say, and then moves west?
And moves west. Yes, that's fine.
Okay. Joe and Brandon, did that make sense, that additional detail?
Yeah.
Yes, it made sense to me.
Okay, very good. Anything else on page 4? Okay, I'm going to page 5.
In the second bullet on page 5.
On CU South.
Yep. Again, this is clarification so that people can understand it. I've heard enough about people not understanding it that I'm really sensitive to these kinds of things.
You bet.
This is about the RCC section that is tied into bedrock and would serve as a spillway for, I think it needs to say either 500-year flood flows or maximum possible flows or some description before the flows. Which flows require it to be constructed in a way to act as a spillway and therefore cost so much more money and all the other things that cascade down from that. So I'll leave it to Brandon and Joe to decide the exact phrase that describes the flows, but it either needs to say for flows up to the 500-year flood or to maximum possible flows or something more than just flows.
Right, and it does say flows above the 100-year, and I think the way we would add additional wording, kind of to your comment here, Karen, would be and stable up to the probable maximum flood. So that's what the state engineer would look for. So really any flows above the 100-year would go over that spillway, but it does need to be stable all the way up to that PMF, the probable maximum flood. Okay.
Thank you.
Good addition. Anything else on page 5? And if you see something or remember it, we can always come back. So this is not your last chance. Anything on page 6?
Kurt.
Yes.
I have a couple of suggestions. Brandon, you know, and I may be missing this, but I could never find an estimated length or dimension of the levee connecting the, you know, CU South flood wall or dam to US 36, and also kind of a dimension of, you know, the entire circumscribe, you know, the entire dam itself that would be required. I think that would be very helpful for us to know exactly the lengths of those proposed structures. And I estimated it using an engineer's rule based on legend, but I think it would be helpful just to, have those numbers in the text so people can get an idea of, the extent of it.
Nice. Yep.
Sure. And we did, the only place we included dimensions for the levee was in table 3, and we included it as a project footprint area. So
Right.
you're right, there's nowhere where we call out the length of the
Right.
levee, but we can do that.
That'd be great.
And Brandon, when you're doing that, would you also make sure we've got it for separately, the earthen dam and the RCC section?
Yes, that's a good point.
And the toe as opposed to the west side of the earthen dam.
Well, the earthen dam's in red.
Yeah, but the reason why it's important to know the difference is that the toe is perpendicular to the groundwater flow and therefore requires a groundwater conveyance system.
You mean that westward toe of the red?
The north side of the
Oh,
red.
right.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah, and so Karen, just maybe to touch on that a little bit, the way the earthen embankment works is we measured the length based on the center line of that dam. And so the groundwater feature associated with that earthen embankment would likely be a slurry wall down to bedrock at that point, and you would typically dig those on the center line of the dam. So that's how we measured those lengths. So anytime you see a length reported for that upstream detention, it's based on the center line of the dam.
Yeah. There were some numbers in the engineer's drawings, but I didn't know how to read the numbers because they weren't standard numbers.
They were station numbers, and yeah, it might be Egyptian to some people, so
Yeah.
that's understandable. Okay.
So,
Are we on page 5 or page 6?
We're on page 6, but
I
just want to be clear.
When we're ready to go on.
I just want to be clear. We're looking for the length of the red colored earthen dam separate from the RCC. But we're also looking for, and I think you have this, we're looking for the total length of groundwater conveyance for the upstream project. And those will be different numbers because part of the red dam has groundwater conveyance, I understand. So
yes, and we did include the total groundwater conveyance length in table 2, and that includes the groundwater for the grade control and also for the earthen and RCC dam.
Right, exactly. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Karen, did you have more?
Yes, and it has exactly to do with this. The last 3 lines on page 6.
Okay.
The text describing what Brandon just said. And to a non-engineer, it's not, to this non-engineer, it's not very clear. Groundwater impacts would need to be mitigated for features that key into bedrock, including, as Brandon just said, the north section of the earthen dam, or whatever you want to call that section by direction. Just location of it. And the curved section just at the north end of the RCC dam. It's not the whole RCC dam because the engineer's statement says the RCC dam to bedrock does not need groundwater conveyance system because it's running with the direction of the groundwater flow. So there's got to be a layman's way to say that it's not the whole RCC dam, but just the curved section at the north end.
Right. Yeah, I think there's a way to clean that sentence up, just reading
And
it.
maybe after each section that's described there, you could in parentheses put the length so that people know where you're coming up with the is it 2,400 feet or something like that?
I guess I have a question on this, and I'm wondering, Brandon and the board members, it's good feedback, and I'm looking at the figure that's on page 6, and I'm just wondering if we couldn't enhance that or have another a duplicate version of it that just showed some of the lengths and these features. So kind of a picture is worth 1,000 words.
Yeah, that sounds good.
I think that'd be very helpful.
Okay, I'm going on to page 7.
So Brandon, I have a question and suggestion on 7 under the Veely channel. The text says that you guys met and kind of talked and decided that, you know, the Veely channel really wasn't able to do much more. For me, it would be very helpful to have the estimate of what the Veely channel can convey, you know, floodwater conveyance currently, and what enhancements could be done which would potentially increase that conveyance capacity, so that people can get a notion of, you know, the role of the Veely channel in the overall flood mitigation, you know, scenario. And it just doesn't do much for me to say, well, a group of us sat around and decided that it really wasn't gonna, you know, do much. It's like, well, you know, let's say kind of what it can do and what it might be able to do, and then, you know, then that helps the discussion in the future.
Sure.
Thank you, Dave.
And I would ask for the same sort of explanation about the last sentence for the second paragraph under Veely channel heading. That sentence to me needed an explanation or a map or both, because I don't get what that sentence is saying. As much as I think I know about this, the water out there and what's going on.
And Karen, my understanding is that if you don't have the levee, you can't be sure the water is going to back up and go through your new conduits. Whereas Veely channel to the west is the low point. So everything has to collect there and go through the Veely channel. You might have to create a basin in the middle of the wet meadow to collect the water, or the levee to back up the water.
Well, that's a much different explanation than what I read here on the paper.
That's my sense, but
if that's true, it would be really informative to say some of that.
That's what we mean. Kurt interpreted it well.
Okay, anything else on page 7?
And now we go to the dreaded page 8.
Yeah. So I'm going to jump in here using the chair's prerogative on page 8.
Your turn.
This has been a very helpful discussion, Don, to help us understand this. My suggestion is pretty simple. Because previously this table was almost entirely direct construction impacts and direct footprint impacts, I would strongly suggest you get the indirect impacts out of this table and discuss them separately, because I think they are qualitatively different. I think when they're put into this table, which people will think of as footprints, it's going to really confuse people. So that would be my suggestion. Any other board members can weigh in.
I think that's a great suggestion, because when I read the text, I think that's what the table is going to be. And then I read the table and I say, where did these numbers come from? And then I read the footnote and then I say, well, it's not really permanent direct impacts. It's all this other stuff.
Yeah, that's true.
So it's very confusing. It says it different ways in different places.
I agree. Well, and the other thing you offered or invited me to suggest something for instead of wetlands, Kurt.
Yeah.
And I don't know whether I have a a very good suggestion, but Don, it strikes me that at least we ought to say, wetlands, wet meadows, or show that it's a spectrum of vegetation rather than the implication is it's a regulatory,
Federal government's version of wetlands.
Yeah. So somehow if we could make it, because when that 45 acres just kind of came out of the blue and it's like, geez, where did that come from? And so I think it'd be helpful to be a little more precise on what exactly that is.
We can certainly clarify that. Yep. That's a great idea.
And, okay, anything else on this page, folks? This is page 8.
Kurt, I have something.
Yeah.
It's actually this topic tying to page 9, so I think it's the right moment.
Okay, very good.
On page 9, Don, and I think we talked about this in the last meeting, the sentence that says further, using the OSO land on the CU South property for flood detention would eliminate on-site mitigation and large-scale restoration opportunities associated with removing the levee and restoring floodplain connectivity. That one really bothers me. It seems really extreme to use the word eliminate, and to put it in layman's terms related to the chart here, we all know that the land is degraded right now due to the levee that CU built with the intent of drying out what once was wetland. And the upstream project opens a door back for that land for manna flow and water to once again go there, thus increasing its benefit as habitat. I understand that there is the wall, which limits its perhaps benefit relative to the 100-year option where the wall doesn't exist, but using CU South property for flood detention by no means eliminates mitigation or large-scale restoration opportunity. In fact, getting water into that area is what creates all the restoration opportunity. So I really am troubled by the word eliminate on the same element related to the 47.5 acres.
We can correct that also. That's not a problem. That's not a problem. I understand that.
Thank you.
Yeah, Don, I think you've got in here the differential in terms of acres of potential restoration. And right. I think that describes it pretty well. Anything else on page 9? Okay, we're going on to another one of our favorites, page 10.
Can I pause a minute on page 9?
Yes.
I have some notes on the second full paragraph, the second paragraph under the levy heading.
In addition to these impacts.
Yep. I'm not sure what the parentheses that say unlike variant 1 100-year design means or refers to.
Well, we're saying that the variant 1 100-year design does not significantly fragment habitat because of its location directly up against US 36. To fragment something, you have to have something on both sides.
Yeah, and that's why I keep coming back to the groundwater conveyance system. That is what has the potential of fragmenting the wetlands north and south, the sustainability of the wetlands north and south of the highway. But I can't think of a good fix to suggest.
We could eliminate that parenthetical altogether.
I think that
Yeah, good,
Much better. Yeah.
good idea, Don. Anything else on page 9? Okay, moving on to page 10, the big table.
A great table.
I do think this is a significant improvement. I'm sure the other board members agree. It's nice to have all the data in here. I'm not seeing any hands.
Question is where to start. Go, Hal.
I just am wondering on the very bottom line of the table on page 10, where it says wetlands, I feel like, am I wrong to think that 61 acres spins back to this discussion of regulatory, non-regulatory?
And
Yep.
to the 45, whether
Right.
it's only 45.
So we can clarify that, like we'll clarify that line in the previous table.
Table 1, good.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay.
And the previous table is going to have permanent impacts, right?
Which is what it says now.
So the question, yep. So the question is this going to have permanent plus all those indirect and other impacts, or is this going to have just permanent impacts too?
I would think you would have both, but they would be labeled such.
Okay. Good
And
idea.
I think the question isn't permanent or temporary, it's direct or indirect.
Okay.
And the 45 acres is part of the indirect.
Correct.
And Brandon, in that section above what we're talking, above the environmental impacts, the groundwater mitigation, isn't that where you said that you could break out the various structural components and show the associated groundwater conveyance structures with them? That would be very, very helpful, because I couldn't figure out where you came up with 2,000 feet. You know, and I know that 2,400 feet is approximate of the flood wall, but I couldn't figure out where he came up with 2,000 feet. And so it'd be helpful to break that out so that people understood what was associated with which.
Yeah,
Right.
and I would like to see the word similar changed, because with a 20% difference between those two, I really don't think they're similar. I think one is greater than the other by 20%.
I don't disagree. Other board members have a view on that.
I guess the only reason we kind of have that not based on length is they are same designs, similar length. But yeah, that's something we can do. I think to Dave's comment, we'll definitely add in the notes how that breakdown of the length. So I think we'd have to talk a little bit about kind of that qualitative piece of that as far as the groundwater mitigation goes.
Table is quantitative and the explanations go on the notes on the right-hand side, if you want to describe some qualitative.
Yeah, I think he's talking about the word similar.
Yeah.
Yeah, Brandon, I just leave that out, quite frankly, and not render an equality.
Put the total numbers up there in the shaded thing and put the breakout numbers below in the unshaded part.
Right.
Because they're not the same or similar, they're different.
And there's just there's a lot going on with that system, and it's hard to say just length on its own at location but I can see where you're coming from. I think we can take a stab at that one and see what we can do with it.
So Brandon, as I look at the table with fresh eyes now, you don't put subjective summary words for everything. In fact, most of them just the numbers. So do you feel like you need the subjective summary words? Similar, larger, smaller?
We try, I guess the idea is we want to be as close to what we would present to council. So there's definitely a mix of qualitative and quantitative. And I guess the way we heard the comments from the board last time was really show as much quantitative data as you have available on how you came up with some of those qualitative things. So in this table, it did lead itself to some of those being numbers. So cost is a good example where you could just say cost, you can infer greater or less. Some of these where we have qualitative criteria in there, we had to make a little bit more of the less or more, or some of the things that don't sum necessarily are hard to put numbers in those upper columns. So I think we can take a look at that one again and maybe present it in a different way.
Anything else on page 10, folks? Yes.
Page 10, there are two places that in my mind beg for what I would call qualitative notes out at the right. In the case of size of the dam, I think it's important to point out that the variant 1 structures are all on open space and mountain parks land. And the upstream project structures are on CU South. And I think that's a significant difference that needs to be pointed out in the notes. And the same in the estimated project footprint. I guess I'd use, what do you call them? Little footnotey kinds of symbols to show the difference between the project footprint elements that are on CU South property and on OSMP property.
And I'll just comment quickly. So some of this criteria was selected for city council. So the size of dam obviously has lots of implications with it. I think we could definitely put some notes on where those locations are for size of dams. When you get into land ownership impacts, I guess that's where we have OSMP impacts is its own separate row. So it may confuse things a little bit to break those out, but we could try and put a note on here of where to go to see that breakout from this. I think the project footprint, when we selected that as a column, was trying to just represent the overall scale of the project. Same with size of dam. And there were a lot of things when we selected size of dam, so view sheds, things like that, that went into that criteria originally. So I think the notes feels like an appropriate place kind of to add some clarification and point you to the right places in the table.
Brandon, I wonder if for the readers that are not really steeped in the history here, you're going to need to point out that under size of dam, you're not showing all the structures for variant 1. You're just showing the flood wall. Now that's the most relevant thing, but we may want to note, what pieces you've decided to focus on.
Okay.
Yeah, and the other thing that I can't tell you exactly where it is in this document, but someplace it explains that for the upstream project, you don't need the structures down at the interchange, and you do for variant 1. And I think that needs to be called out somewhere here in the table, and maybe this is the location to call that out. Because there are, as Kurt just said, additional structures down there at the interchange for variant 1.
What? Just just so I'm clear, what interchange are you referencing?
The Table Mesa 36.
And what, you're talking about the earthen embankment down there, or?
Yep. And
Okay.
the excavation and the pond and the whole structure down there at to detain floodwater. And somewhere I read that for the upstream project, that's not needed.
Correct. Yeah, because all the detention occurs
So
in the
that's
OSO area. Yeah.
significant structural difference.
And, you know, I think that could be handled in sort of an introductory paragraph to the table that says, variant one has these things, upstream has these things. We're focused in this table on the differences for structures that would impact open space or other environmental resources. Now, however you want to address it.
But the project footprint includes footprint on CU South. The 49 acres, 50.5 acres worth of the project footprint for the upstream option are all on CU South land. So it seems to me for the variant one, you also need to include all the structures on CU South land that are for flood mitigation as part of variant one flood mitigation.
I think that would be a good way to do it.
And we did that in the estimated project footprint. We included all those areas. But I think size of dam, I think, is the one we were focused on. And you're right, this table isn't focused solely on OSMP. There are components that we pulled out specifically for OSMP, but the intent was that this table aligns fairly well with the criteria council's asked us to look at as well. So we're trying to present kind of all the criteria we're looking at when we're looking at the upstream option. And obviously the OSMP portion is really the focus of this meeting, but we want to present all the information that would be going.
So Brandon, under size of dam, do you include all of the dam components for upstream?
No, we just looked at the flood wall. So previously we've done flood wall for that criteria. So we included flood wall, and the comparative feature in the upstream would be the RCC. So that's why we have those two. I hear there's a desire to clarify about the embankment in that section. So we can either do that in the notes. Or I think there's it's a good comment for sure. And I think we could include something like that in the notes.
Okay.
Brandon, excuse me,
Dave.
Brandon, I think, you know, if you can graphically do this, it strikes me that, you know, what we're talking about, what Karen's talking about specifically, looking at the differentiation between the CU South property and the OSMP property, if you could graphically show that just by different colors, and then have the legends just say, you know, yellow equals, you know, CU South, and, you know, red equals open space. That I think would simplify things and help people better appreciate kind of where the impacts are. And I know you have this separate, you know, area in the next page on open space, but it strikes me it would be pretty helpful kind of throughout the whole table if there are separated impacts, then to note those, and you could just do that relatively easily so that you wouldn't have to kind of explain that in the notes every time. It'd just be something that people could see right off the bat, if you can do it. I mean,
sure. Yeah, we do include the property lines on our figures. I don't think we include a figure of variant one in here. So for the comparative purposes, that may be I see where you're headed with that. Aside from the property lines, it may be a little bit difficult to kind of color code those things and have them relate back to the table. But
so Brandon, I think Dave's saying in the tables, highlight impacts that are on open space with a different color. Is that right?
Oh, okay.
Right. These sections in the table. You know, this
Okay.
estimated project footprint, for example, would be one I think would be real helpful. Well, let's see. I don't know.
So
Probably
clarify the other
over
way,
that.
which ones are all inclusive and which ones are
Right.
specific to open space. Okay.
Well, we've just ruined Brandon's Christmas vacation.
No, we're going to council on January 5th, so.
Oh, we've got lots of time. I'm going on to page 11.
I think Hal has a question,
Yeah,
it looks
Hal,
like.
yeah.
It is page 11, so that's great. I thought we were on page 11, sorry. Well, I guess I'll jump in on page 11 then.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, please.
I really like the way that the table finishes on the topic of project feasibility, really the core of this whole discussion. One thing that really jumped out at me reading it is the final language in the table discussed the possibility that one variant versus another might require the reopening of the CU South guiding principles. It's framed in such a way where it's really said like, oh, this is sacrosanct. I understand many people in the discussion feel that way. I want to call a little attention for myself, especially as you present to council, that the discussion is fundamentally different since CDOT became a non-partner in the project. And the idea that the feasibility is not impacted by that vis-a-vis the Open Space Board of Trustees and our charter responsibilities, to overlook that, I think is really unwise. And I feel confident saying it because I was one of the people early where I was very convinced by you, Brandon and Joe, on our walk together. I knew how much impact environmentally the upstream option would have. I respect the incredible amount of work everyone has done on this. I think it was very important work for the community. I'm glad you finished this table on the key point that I think we're going to find ourselves coming back to.
And so Hal, are you proposing wording changes in that final bullet?
No, but I just, it's not so much wording changes as the note you finished on about the guiding principles and their placement as sacrosanct in this discussion will be a next episode of where we go after this presentation. And I just like to say these things because we've done an incredible amount of work here on an option that I think we're going to find may not get liftoff. And I just like to respect everybody's time in the discussion.
Okay. I mean,
page 11 too.
I think some people have felt that maybe in that last bullet, there was too much weight given to the guiding principles as opposed to the open space charter. That's why I asked, but.
That's an interesting thought, yes.
Well, and it's just a matter of wording, because it does kind of imply, well, yeah, this is not an approved use of open space, but the real problem is the guiding principles. And I don't know.
Well, I think mentioning the charter in there would be very good. I think that's a good point.
Dan, can you give Brandon some language in that regard?
Yeah, John and I can work with them. Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
And Kurt, I had just one minor thing in there.
Yeah.
And Brandon, it struck me in that first bullet on the bottom of page 11, project feasibility, you talk about it talks about all of the concerns related to the upstream structures. But isn't the proposed flood wall in variant 1, isn't that considered to be a high hazard dam as well?
Yes, they're both high hazard dams. So
I think the
language
language should reflect that you know, both of those structures, in the state engineer's opinion, are high hazard dams.
Right. And what we're trying to reflect there is that the upstream detention configuration, with it having a floating abutment essentially, is kind of abnormal for the SEO. So there is a difference in the SEO criteria. We're not saying it's impossible, but it would likely require more analysis and more discussions with the SEO. So that's what we're trying to flag there is a difference in the project design as it relates to the SEO. So,
Yes, I think that is worth retaining.
okay.
But I also think that, you know, this is for comparative purposes. And when you assign high hazard, you know, to one feature, it strikes me that if there are other features that are high hazard, they should be identified as well.
Okay.
I mean, you could put that as a preference that while both are high hazard dams, and then you go on to say,
Right.
Right.
I overlooked something, and just educate me on this. Jurisdictional high hazard and extreme hydrologic high hazard. What's the diff?
So high hazard, extreme hydrologic hazards related to the inflow design flow essentially, and then high hazards related to downstream facilities and storage. I'm trying to think of the right way to word this. So the extreme hydrologic hazard is relatively new criteria related to the REPS tool that the state engineer is using. So maybe, I don't know if Joe's got anything else to say about that, but they both would be high hazard facilities based on the size of them and the amount of water they're detaining.
For the public, is it adequate to say they're both high hazard dams?
Yes. And and I'm thinking about it now, but the hydrologic hazard is really correlated to the size of the spillway based on the PMF. So the SEOs move to a more risk-based approach. So if you can pass larger storm events, you can change those types of hazards. But yes, they are both high hazard. So I think we can clarify that in this bullet. Sorry to get in the weeds there.
Did Joe have something?
Yeah, I think what I'm hearing is there's probably an unnecessary level of detail there, and we could simplify it.
Okay.
Yeah, like when I read it, I was going to ask if that was like a direct quote from SEO saying that a jurisdictional high hazard and extreme hydrologic dam, or if that was just a definition. And if it was a definition, is that because what flows down in the sentence that it would not connect to high ground, or what defined it as such? So, but I think we did a loop and got that covered.
Can I just ask a question about the second sentence there? Because I put question marks all over the place when I hit the second sentence. I said to myself, I thought the groundwater control structure took care of that, but apparently not. And then I went and read the RJH and HRI report again, and I'm not sure anybody else is going to do that, but
and Karen, which sentence are you looking at? I'm not quite clear.
The second sentence under notes for project feasibility.
The east abutment.
Yes. I think if you're going to explain the east abutment not being connected to high ground, you need to say something about what the heck is it called?
Grade control structure.
Yes, the grade control structure. Because I said to myself, I thought that's what the grade control structure did, is it attached the east abutment to
well, in this conversation, Brandon referred to it as the floating abutment. Does that somehow help you?
I don't see it as a floating abutment. If it were just a standalone, it would be a floating abutment in my mind, but I'm not an engineer.
So Joe and Brandon, I think the question is, does the grade control structure also serve to connect the east abutment to high ground, or is that not
to bedrock?
I think I understand the comment, and I think the grade control structure is there for flood effectiveness and maintain the channel that we modeled. And it's really the RCC structure and the embankment that's considered the dam. And so They're two things that need to work together as a system for this to function as a stable dam and protect for flood mitigation, but they kind of have two different purposes. And we could probably put the world's most complicated footnote to try and address that.
Yeah, the
I'm just trying to
question
think of a simpler
So
way.
People keep saying to me, I don't understand what this is talking about. And I keep saying to them, well, you haven't invested 4 months in learning a little bit about engineering.
I think we can address that, and it may be another case of that's meaningful to us, but if it just creates a whole bunch of confusion for the public, maybe we need to go backwards with the level of detail there.
And the other thing that I didn't understand is up 2 rows under environmental mitigation potential. You have 70 acres with 3 asterisks, and the 3 asterisks say the 70 acres are determined assuming 119 acres less the embankment and inflow rundown footprints. And I'm saying to myself, I'm not sure I follow that.
I think that piece speaks to Hal's point a little bit, that we are creating this large detention area on the OSO, but by doing that, you still have some restoration potential in that detention area, because now it's collecting all this water. So essentially what we're saying is we're looking at the OSO for restoration potential still in the upstream option, but we can't restore on the pieces that need to be maintained as infrastructure. So that's how we came up with that number.
Anything else on page 11?
I still have a problem with the 9-foot levee being fragmenting and the 15-foot deep gravel pit being connectivity.
Could you say more? I'm not tracking that.
The increased floodplain connectivity is 75 acres, and I believe that's has to do with the gravel pit, right?
Of removing the levee and reconnecting the floodplain to the creek, et cetera, yes.
And as I understand it, the gravel pit is 15 feet below grade once the levee's removed. Is that ballpark correct?
For variant 1.
For variant 1, yep.
Yes, in existing conditions, the gravel pit does, yes.
So this table is describing that the gravel pit that's 15 feet below grade is of value for variant 1 because it allows connectivity to the floodplain. But for the upstream project, the 9-foot high.
Yeah, and I guess that floodplain connectivity line only speaks to flows being connected. So really, in variant 1, we are removing the levee and allowing that flow to come through. In the upstream alternative, we're removing that levee still, but then we're disconnecting it from the floodplain again by putting our detention facility in there. So that's
So this is in terms of water, not in terms of
yes.
environmental mitigation. To me,
Yes,
environmental
exactly.
mitigation means the living things.
Well,
Right, so- Go ahead, Don.
the feature that fragments the landscape is the levee, whether it's the CU levee or the levee or dam of the upstream structure. The effect is essentially the same. And if you remove either one of those features by virtue of the variant one being just removing the CU levee with the upstream option is not building that similar feature in there. You're allowing that that floodplain and the habitats on either side of the land that used to be bisected by the levee to connect better. You're correct in that, there is a drop off from the intact floodplain on open space and the gravel pit on CU, but that is a slope that's extremely gradual, or can be made to be very gradual from the existing floodplain surface down into the gravel pit. You could make that 10 to 1 or 20 to 1, and it would no longer create a fragmenting situation. There wouldn't be any features or any infrastructure there to disrupt flow of organisms back and forth for the most part.
Don, because we talk also, we're using the word levee here in multiple ways. This is not referring to the little levee that for the upstream option that goes north from the dammed US 36. We've talked about that fragmented habitat. So I wonder if here for this row, it should say something like increased floodplain acres or increased floodplain connectivity for the CU South property. Because that's really what we're talking about, reconnecting the gravel pit to the riparian zone.
Yep, that's a good clarification, yeah.
I'll let you choose the words, but something like that to differentiate it from the other levee we're talking about.
Okay.
And if the plan to make this connect involves a bunch of fill dirt to change the slope, then that cost needs to be reflected in the mitigation costs, right? Is that included in the 1.3 million? Because I've learned that fill dirt's quite expensive.
Yeah, we haven't developed the mitigation plan at this stage for what we would propose on the OSO. I know that's something we would like to get to as a project team, because I think having that information sooner rather than later is really valuable for these discussions. But that environmental mitigation cost is solely based on acreage of mitigation we think we would need and a unit cost associated with that acreage. So I want to say it's about $130,000 per acre for restoration / mitigation from the cost estimate. So that's how those numbers are included in there. They don't have a plan associated with them at this stage.
So Brandon, I was going to suggest that I think there's some further explanation of those environmental mitigation costs as far as what that entails or what they entail. And, because it's like $5.1 million. Well, what is that? What is that going to do for you? And so I think in general, so that, people understand we're comparing the same components of, what it's going to cost. So, if it's $130,000 an acre, what is that? Is that to restore vegetation or, recontour or kind of general, what is included in those cost estimates? And I know the consultant came up with the 5.1, but I don't know, kind of, other than that ballpark figure of, whatever it is per acre, I don't know what that person actually looked at as far as mitigation was concerned.
Right, and that's I guess that number more than a cost is really reflective of scale of overall environmental impacts. Maybe is a good way to describe it. So I will see if we have any more detail associated with that. But like I said, on these two projects, it's going to be potentially very different mitigation efforts, and costs may vary differently, but we just don't have those details at this stage in the game. So maybe there's a better way to represent those scales of overall mitigation needs for the project.
Yeah, I think that'd be helpful, or even just noting the potential differences, that, both projects present as far as mitigation is concerned.
And I think Dave's point is a good one, because if you look 2 rows up, it says one's 119 acres and one's 70 acres of potential mitigation area. So you'd expect the first one to be more expensive, but it's the opposite. So
Right.
Just maybe a footnote to clarify how you got those numbers.
Right.
Thanks for pointing that out, Kurt. On the next page also, we use the word eliminates again. And that's why I just don't like the word eliminates. Reduce is in my opinion, the fact.
So eliminate.
Yeah.
Good catch.
At this late hour, even.
Yeah, that was a good one. Anything more on 11 before we go to 12? Okay, 12.
I'm still looking for eliminate. Where's eliminate?
It's actually on 13 in question 3C, forgive me.
Oh,
Okay. He's way ahead of us.
Thought it was on topic.
Yeah, and we'll need some guidance. I haven't talked to Joe or Brandon or John or Don about this, but whether or not these discussion questions get carried forward to the council members' memo is.
Dan, I think we can revisit that at the end. I think it's a good question.
That's a good plan, I think, yeah.
Okay, anything on 12? Okay, going on to 13. Okay. I think we're done with our suggestions for modifying the report, but we will come back at the end to address Dan's question about the discussion questions and whether they are needed in the final. So that takes us to our discussion of feedback to council. And I'm going to exercise the chair's prerogative, because it's late, to put a motion forward, at least as a way to give us something to respond to, and we can modify it, or others can propose motions. So with Leah's help, I'm going to put up a motion that tries to provide some feedback the council can use without getting us too far in the weeds. So thank you, Leah. And if you can make that bigger, I might be able to read it. I think I better go. Okay. I'll read it as best I can. The OSBT thanks the utilities and the OSMP staff for undertaking the additional analysis and modeling of the South Boulder Creek upstream option, and thanks council for supporting that analysis. Given the identified impacts and construction costs, the Open Space Board of Trustees does not support the proposed upstream option as conceptualized, designed, and presented in the 12/16/2020 South Boulder Creek Flood Mitigation Project Upstream Analysis Memo to OSBT, what we've been talking about. The upstream option as analyzed does appear to provide similar flood control for the West Valley as Variant 1, and increased flood control along South Boulder Creek north of US 36, and thereby would avoid the need for the Variant 1 flood wall on the OSMP state natural area. However, providing this level of flood control requires construction of substantial structures, some of which would have impacts similar to or greater than Variant 1 on OSMP habitats and groundwater flow, and would diminish the opportunity for riparian and floodplain restoration in the project area. This should not be construed as an OSBT endorsement of variant 1. All of the OSBT concerns about the impacts of variant 1 and the needs for mitigation expressed in previous motions remain to be addressed. A summary of the previous OSBT motions is attached. Okay. That's my motion.
I'll second it.
Discussion. What do people think?
I have some specific concerns in the third paragraph.
Okay.
And this goes back to our discussion about the items on page 10 and 11 in table 2. It seems to me that we should, after the description of requiring substantial structures, we need to say, and therefore requires a greater total cost. And I think that's relevant not only to council, but to the public, and needs to be mentioned.
Okay, let's see here. Oh.
And after, however, providing this level of flood control requires construction of substantial structures and therefore requires a greater total cost.
You know, I would rather not break that sentence, but just add a short sentence at the end of the paragraph.
Well, I have concerns about the next couple phrases too, so
okay,
maybe
go ahead.
And do you want me, I have a sentence that may or may not be needed, or something might be able to be pulled out of it that would be maybe under the last sentence / paragraph, the last paragraph.
Go ahead, Caroline.
And if it's wordy, or we can move on, but just to have it up there and see if it stands or if it's fine without it. The Open Space Board of Trustees requests council to further review data using methods and tools that will support decision-making evaluated in real-life conditions that will be of benefit for quantifying the impact of the groundwater conveyance system and habitat mitigation with transparency for variant 1 100-year.
So you're bringing up the groundwater issue and the criticality of it. I think the reason that I'm proposing that we attach all of our motions is that probably half of our motions relate to groundwater and how critical it is, and the need for careful analysis and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So my personal preference is to rely on our motions because they've been adopted and they're in the record. The other thing I'm a little bit leery about, Caroline, is starting to describe what we want to know about variant 1 and trying to keep this focused on the upstream option and our feedback on the report. I absolutely agree that we're all concerned that very soon we need to be getting into a lot of the details on the groundwater. But I'm hesitant to get into those needs related to variant 1 right now.
Okay, so this motion is more for upstream and what our analysis of that is.
Oh, I thought you said variant 1.
No, I did. You're right.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this I think really focuses on upstream, and it mentions variant 1 only where we need to do a comparison. Yeah.
Totally fine.
So where are you, Karen?
Before we leave groundwater flow, explain to me what including groundwater flow in the third paragraph is about. I don't think that belongs there. And this goes back to the amount of
Is this the 20% question?
Yep.
Okay.
And the question of impacts similar to or greater than variant 1 on OSMP habitats. I'm not sure I agree with that phrase.
So one approach here is to drop this whole paragraph. I was looking for a way to capture in broad brush.
I think it's important, and I think the most important element of it is that to point out that that the upstream option as designed and proposed requires construction of substantial structures and therefore a greater total cost. That's a really important idea I think needs to be conveyed in this.
Okay, I mean, one question I would have is, should we be focusing on cost? We're the Open Space Board. And so I think we could include cost.
Council specifically asked us to consider costs.
Right, and it's in the
Their
report. Are you saying we should only address cost here?
No.
Okay.
The relationship between the additional structures required based on the design we've received and the cost.
Okay, so how would you propose changing that sentence? However,
providing this level of flood control requires construction of substantial structures, therefore requires a greater total cost.
And what about the rest of the sentence?
Karen, before we do that, Kurt.
Yeah.
Karen, I'm tending to agree with Kurt. I think the cost in our estimation is secondary and that we ought to be focused on impacts. So the construction of substantial structures yeah, I guess would have impacts. Now, yeah, I agree to or greater than. We got to say something about impacts because we already mentioned construction costs in the previous paragraph, and so I think, you know, to repeat that, I would much prefer the focus be on the environmental impacts.
And Karen, again, I would propose, if you want, I would propose to put a sentence at the end about cost and not break up this description of the impacts on resources. But maybe it would be good for you to continue on that sentence and how you would modify it.
Well, what I scribbled on it was as the paragraph begins, the upstream option as analyzed does appear to provide similar flood control and increased flood control along South Boulder Creek north of 36 and thereby would avoid the need for variant 1 flood wall, have a smaller footprint on OSMP land, and require less ground system, a shorter length of ground control system, groundwater conveyance system on open space state natural area. Those are the three things that I think
Okay.
are impacts on OSMP state natural area land that are avoided by the upstream option, or that are achieved by the upstream design.
Okay. Okay. So what I'm going to do is propose that this would go right after OSMP state natural area. And I'm going to write something while I talk here.
Well, I put them right before the state natural area because they all apply to the state natural area.
Well, let me just try getting the thoughts here.
Okay.
The upstream option has a smaller footprint on OSMP lands. Is that one of your points?
Yep.
Okay. What's the next one?
And requires, I don't know what quantity you use, a shorter length of groundwater control system. It doesn't require as much groundwater, what the heck is it called? Groundwater conveyance system.
I'm going to say has slightly less foundation to bedrock requiring.
May I ask, it feels like we're taking a motion deep into rehashing the analysis here.
I think we're highlighting the analysis that is relevant in my mind.
Okay, I understand that. I feel like the staff's working report did a very nice job highlighting it. I mean, we just often do this where we turn what is meant to be a motion into a separate report, and I just think it's a bad habit for this board.
So, as I said, one option is to drop all this description out. And I'm just trying to see if the motion scans at that point. Yeah, it does. So what Hal's proposing is that the stuff about the upstream option, that paragraph goes away, and we just go next to the paragraph saying this should not be construed as an OSBT endorsement of Area 1. I do agree with Hal that once we start trying to summarize things, it can be a pretty long process, and we'll always leave something out. And so we can rely on the report to say the details.
That, yeah, I mean, it's just what is useful for council for us to give them.
I think it would be helpful for council members that don't net a lot of understanding about the difference between what's gained and lost with the groundwater, with the upstream design versus the Variant 1 design, to have a short version that they can read and get.
Well, and to Hal's point, if staff did a good job summarizing it, this having at least a couple of sentences towards it shows that we are in alignment with that. Could be another way to look at it.
Mm-hmm.
Karen, I'm going to ask you what your third point was, just so we can.
I think you've got all three.
No, I just have smaller footprint and less foundation to bedrock requiring groundwater conveyance.
Yep. And the need for the variant 1 flood wall. That's the third thing. It's already there.
Okay. So what I've got now is, and I'm starting with the previous sentence, thereby would avoid the need for the variant 1 flood wall on the OSMP state natural area. The upstream option has a smaller footprint on OSMP lands and slightly less foundation to bedrock, requiring groundwater conveyance. And then we would continue with the next sentence. However, providing this level of flood control, et cetera, et cetera. How does that work for you, Karen?
Well, then
It's a summary statement.
right. So the issue of some of which would have impacts similar to or greater than variant 1.
I think that's true.
And are you talking about environmental impacts at this point? Or are you talking about
Well, we're talking about impacts on OSMP habitats and groundwater flow. And then we go on to say it would diminish opportunity for riparian and floodplain restoration in the project area.
well, I think we've already mentioned groundwater flow, haven't we? So I wouldn't mention it again. Unless there's something different that you're going to say.
Well, we said that the upstream option has slightly less foundation to bedrock, requiring groundwater conveyance. And so to me, at a summary level, I think these two plans have similar impacts on groundwater flow.
And I'm going to say I don't think 20% is similar.
Where I'm gonna go with this is that I find myself convinced by staff's report, and that's all I feel I need to communicate to city council. However you guys want to frame it, expect my support.
Well, you're being very flexible, Hal. Thank you. And I can go back and forth on this. It's because again, anytime you try to summarize a long report in a couple sentences, Karen, if you've got different words for that last sentence, I'm happy to entertain it.
Well, if after substantial structures, comma, I think you could accurately say some of which would have impacts similar to or greater than variant 1 on OSMP habitats.
Okay.
I would not include in groundwater flow because I don't believe that that's accurate.
You're saying there's a 20% difference.
Yep.
Well, I think habitats is all encompassing, so I'm okay with that. What about the rest of the sentence?
I would put a statement about floodplain restoration in a different sentence.
Okay. How would you word the sentence? I kind of thought they went together.
I'm not trying to be difficult here, guys, but it feels like you guys are going back and forth, recreating something with the idea that we want to get to a unanimous vote. What if I say I'm not interested in voting for something that complex? Then we don't have unanimity either. I just want to conduct business.
Kurt, you could say in a separate sentence, opportunities for riparian and floodplain restoration in the project area may be diminished in the extreme alternative. But I
think we can.
Hell, I think less is better. It may be worth highlighting a couple of these things, but yeah, once you start going down that path, it's like, well, what should be included and what doesn't get included?
Well, I don't disagree. It can go either way. And Karen, would you be okay with opportunity for riparian and floodplain restoration in the project area would be diminished as the add-on sentence?
Sure.
Okay.
Or I would suggest maybe diminished under the upstream option, or under the proposed upstream option.
I don't think I have to repeat upstream option.
Okay.
But yeah, okay. Okay, so
That's okay.
what I want to do is quickly poll the board as to whether you think it makes more sense to do a motion with this paragraph in or with it out, okay? Because we need to get a sense of whether it's helping or not to include this paragraph. So I'm going to go through the board. Karen?
Yes.
Keep it in. Okay. Hal?
I do not. I think we need it.
Okay. Dave?
Well, I think the second and the fourth are the most important. This one, I think, is helpful, but not critical.
Okay, that's good. Helpful to know. Caroline?
Yes.
You would keep it in too?
Yeah.
You know, I think my inclination is to keep it in if we are in agreement about the language. So does anybody else have a proposed amendment to this in its basic structure?
Leah, could you kind of get everything in that third paragraph put together so we could see kind of what it actually says?
Yes, this is a partial suggestion from Karen earlier, and then Kurt, what you jotted down also from Karen, I don't have in here. So I would need to add that in now. That sounds like folks are.
I'm going to send it to you right now.
Okay.
And I think that gray highlighted area is out of place now with what's been added after it.
That's correct. So I'm going to send you the whole paragraph, Leah.
That would be great. Thank you.
Okay. There it goes.
Okay.
Let me make sure I sent you the right thing. Yeah, it should be one paragraph though. I think I broke it when I sent it to you.
The one other thing that I think is important to council is that thereby would avoid the need for variant 1 flood wall on OSMP state natural area and the need for whatever that dam is called at the interchange of Table Mesa and the dam and excavation at Table Mesa and Highway 36. Because that, the detention, maybe just call it the detention structures in the PKUO.
I'm scanning here, trying to figure this out. Where are you, Karen?
Right where you are.
Well,
Oh, no, I'm not. No, I'm not. Sorry. Yes. And the detention structures in the capital PK, is it slash or hyphen
yeah,
O?
but tell me where you're putting this.
Right where you are.
I'm nowhere. Where are you?
Oh, Leah's now working on it, Kurt.
Oh, it's
Oh, okay.
sorry. I thought it was you, Kurt, that was typing.
Sorry.
I think it's PKU. Oh. Maybe.
I'm having a hard time reading what Leah's doing.
Thank you, Leah.
So are you saying there as well as the, yeah, I think that's fine. Yeah. So our focus is on the flood wall, but there's these other things too that are part of variant 1.
Yep.
Okay.
And it's because of all the fill dirt and all that other stuff that's going on that part of CU South that's an issue.
Okay. Leah, did you get my email?
Yeah, Kurt, I copied it into this and then I just added what
Okay,
you suggested
great.
into yours.
So I'm going to read it.
Kurt, before you
Yeah.
read, is there another way to say whatever it is rather than PKU-O? That just is insider language.
It's council language.
Yeah.
Can we just say on CU South?
I think from my perspective, that would be fine.
But the upstream is on CU South too.
Yeah, this is actually not saying about the upstream, but you're right, it kind of implies it. So,
Well, how about at the northern end of the CU South property?
well, what if we just said the other variant 1 structures?
What are they? The other big one is the detention structure at the northern end of CU South.
I mean, I'm okay with that. I think council's seen maps of variant 1 100 times. So we're focusing on the flood wall, but we're also saying the other structures would also not be needed.
Right.
Well, since consistency is the hobgoblin of small minds, what I'm going to say then is that when we refer to substantial structures and, in the next, 2 lines down, then we ought to identify those.
Yeah.
Because if we're going to identify structures, then we better identify all of them. I would suggest that we not do that.
I would agree. I think it just starts to add more stuff that isn't that relevant to the OSMP impacts.
I tend to agree. My analysis was come to by looking at all the data presented in this document to me, and we're getting to places where you're doing analysis that isn't exactly how I thought about this. And I actually believe in our city council people that they will read this wonderful document. We've spent months working on it.
I don't know about that. That's a good thought, though.
So Karen, I'm gonna not accept as a friendly amendment your addition there. And so what I'm gonna do is see if there's any other, and then put it to a vote. And if people think, again, this is just too long, then I guess we can vote against it. But I think we better move to a vote. Any other friendly amendments before I do that? Okay, we're voting on the motion as amended. Karen,
Yes.
Hal,
Yes.
Dave,
Yes.
Caroline.
Yes.
Okay, and I vote yes. So that motion carries unanimously.
I'd like to make an update. I originally seconded your motion, Kurt. It's expanded radically. Can we have somebody else re-second other than me, please?
You bet.
I'll second.
Okay, so Dave seconded. That's a good point, Hal. I mean, we don't want to hang this around.
I think we ought to put Hal in parentheses.
Okay. I want to circle back, and maybe we can go to the, thank you very much. So Dan, with this motion, I don't think it's absolutely necessary to include the discussion questions, but that's a choice of the report writers. And so that would be my view. I don't know if other board members have different views.
Yeah, we included those in case you were all looking for some ways to rally around a formulation of a motion. You had other ways to get there. So my inclination, Joe, unless you feel it's important, is that this would not be relevant for the council discussion. So probably strike them.
Yeah, I think you got to the same place that council was hoping, and I agree with Dan's characterization. We don't need the questions too.
Okay. Anything else related to this topic, Dan or Joe? Or are we ready to move on from it?
I would just like to thank the board for all the work since June, and really appreciate you digging into this and working through it with us. So thank you.
And I know we all thank you and Brandon and the others and the OSMP staff that did a lot of additional work on this report. So thank you very much.
And Joe, thank you for being so fancy tonight. I feel underdressed around you in our Zoom meeting.
Really?
I know how to play it in this virtual environment.
But I want you to stand up and see if you've got red shorts on.
I have red pants on.
Oh, yeah.
Well, at least you have pants on. That's something.
Yeah, there are times if you'd asked that question, I would have gotten busted for sweatpants, but not tonight.
Yeah, or it wouldn't have stood up, right?
Okay. Again, thanks to everybody and staff on this. Dan, before we go on to the next item, and I don't think we have a great deal more time needed, I'm going to ask for another 5-minute break to get a hot cup of tea. Is that okay?
Sure.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, Dan, I think we're all here. I think you can go ahead with your
Great.
matters from the department.
Thank you. I just got a few actually quick updates, and then we'll turn over to matters from the board. First is just a little bit of sad news that I wanted to relay on the recent passing of someone that was near and dear to open space, and that is Bill May, who passed away the other week. And for those who didn't know him, Bill was a very dear friend and of a lot of open space staff folks, and he could often be seen at the Ranger Cottage or up on our trails. For many years, he was active in the mountain search and rescue field, and he actually authored a book on mountain search and rescue techniques, which is still actually in print. And he participated in numerous rescues over the years. He was an avid hiker, and he encountered some wildflowers that were not previously identified in Boulder. Like I said, he was a well-known figure at the Ranger Cottage. He consulted with our naturalists on a regular basis, and he'll be missed. And I'll just point out that he actually has family connections to Door County, Wisconsin, where I come from, and he was also an annual contributor to our efforts in Door County. So we'll miss Bill, and our sympathy to his family.
Thank you.
Just a little update. So our next board meeting is following on a date where some of the memos are due over the holidays. And so worked with Leah, and we just got a one-day adjustment to make you aware of that. You'll be getting your packets on Thursday, January 7th, instead of the normal evening of the 6th, just to allow staff who will be out. There's furlough day, and then there's holiday the week before for the 2 previous weeks. And so we're running against some out of the office time. So we'll need one extra day to get everything prepared for you. So just wanted to call your attention to that. Other than that, I think we're ready to move on to matters from the board.
Can I ask another calendar question, Dan?
Sure.
We were originally scheduled to have public comment about the Voice and Sight issues in November. And I'm wondering, with all the rescheduling of Voice and Sight, is that going to happen in January or?
Yeah, we'll have the Voice and Sight program overview and status update that will be happening in January, as well as any feedback the board may have on our agricultural land use assignments. Those will be the 2 big items at the January meeting.
And what about public comment on Voice and Sight? When will that be?
There's really,
we had it scheduled in November when
we've always had it as a matters from the department. We're providing you with an overview. I'm sure there'll be some robust discussion, but staff isn't proposing any sort of policy question for you to weigh in on. So right now we're proposing matters from the department, and at that meeting in January, we'll also provide you with a little bit more of a roadmap of what's to come in our continuing discussions of the program over the next 4, 5, 6 months. So we'll also be providing you with a little bit of what's next. So that's what's proposed for right now.
And could we include on the agenda that goes out similar language to what we used tonight on the South Boulder Creek agenda item for the Voice and Sight, so that if people do want to comment, we can inform them that they can comment during the public comment?
Sure.
And Karen, were you thinking of a public hearing or just what?
I was just trying to track. We originally had on the calendar, it originally said November public comment. And because we keep shifting things, I just wanted to know where that was landing.
Yeah, Karen, I'm always, in my view, I think, and Steve, I don't know if you're still on the line, but I always thought we had it down as a matters from the department to begin with.
Yeah, we did. I'm not sure, Karen.
Public hearing.
Yeah, I don't think we ever had it called out for a public comment, but certainly at any point, public's always willing or able to, through open public comment, to share thoughts as we continue to kind of share information and talk about the program.
Okay.
Yeah, just to reiterate, we don't expect any proposed changes to be floated at this meeting. This is just the status report.
Yeah, we're not proposing any policy changes at this point.
Any other questions for Dan? Okay. The first matter from the board that we have listed, and board members may have others, is that the city has training in dealing with bias and microaggression. And I don't know, maybe Jan would want to say a word about it, but that training is open to all board and advisory council or advisory committee members. And we don't know too much yet about the dates, do we, Dan?
No, I think at this point, so council and boards are very much encouraged to participate. So if we feel like there's a level of support from this board, right now the concept the city has is they'll link a couple of boards together, and they're thinking Prep might be a good board to link with open space and mountain parks. And then based on who's interested, then they'll work on scheduling some dates that works for everybody. So it's mainly, okay. I don't think they want to get to the scheduling portion unless they know there's a critical level of number support to go ahead and start looking at dates.
Okay.
I have a question.
Yeah, Dave, go ahead.
I have a question on that. I'm not all that politically correct, so I have no idea what microaggression means. Can you explain that to me?
It's one of Preble's mouths would do to you.
I see you on, so Mark is, so right now departments have representatives that help them build out the citywide equity initiative. And Mark is one of our liaisons, as well as Lauren Kilcoyne. So I don't know, Mark, if you wanted to elaborate or if you have any.
Yeah, absolutely. No, Dave, it's your comment about, I'm not sure if I'm politically correct. That actually answers the question on microaggressions.
That's what I figured.
And so the goal is not to punish us. It's not to tell us what to do. It's to just learn, make us all aware, and try to create a more equitable society. So the trainings are great. Staff are all going through them, and Amy Kane, who's leading the equity coordination for the city and the council's commitment to equity and diversity. And so this is a chance for boards to participate in that. So it's a really good opportunity to get the type of training staff's getting as well.
Great, thanks for that. I gotta tell you, I was tickled by the title, though, because it says bias and microaggression training. And so from my perspective, it's training in bias and microaggression. And I think it's actually the opposite, but.
Exactly.
That's fair to assume.
I think because of what's going on in the city, this is really important, and I am definitely interested in participating.
Thank you, Karen.
And I just see just a thumbs up of who might be, and I think we have more than 3. Okay, so teaming up with PRAB, that's, I imagine you all are fine with that. And okay,
good idea.
Pass it on to Amy that there's interest in. So you may not be hearing anything from me next. It might come from somebody in the city manager's office or Amy Kane or something like that to arrange schedules. Thank you.
Thank you. The only other item we have listed on the agenda is to finalize the letter to council. And I thank particularly Dave and Karen for doing some additional work on this. Leah, I think you have it. And well, first, let me just ask, Leah distributed it to everyone. Does anyone have any proposed changes at 10:45 at night?
I don't think you needed to even call the time.
Okay. Well, if not, then we will simply ask Dan to take this. I don't think we need to vote on it, but if you can convey it as proper to council.
Yeah, and so Kurt, conveying it orally will actually be your job. And I just want to confirm that you are going to be representing on the 13th study session, the board at that meeting.
This is January 13th. I think you mean the 12th.
Is it the 12th? Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
There's a study
Yeah.
session, and each board will have a couple of minutes just to relay their thoughts. And
Yes.
I voluntold you.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Anything else from board members?
I'm really curious to know whether we're going to start doing another FIMP.
Another what?
FIMP. We got a memo on what great work Chris and his crew have been doing on the FIMP, and it sounds to me like it's time for another FIMP. Is that going to be happening?
So I can tell you, my answer is going to be a little bit larger than yours. So right now we are we have an effort going on, a pretty robust effort of working across the service areas to look at what current plans may or may not need updated and when that timing may happen over the period of the 10-year master plan. Because what we've learned, for us to do things right and not throw everything out of whack and have the ship start to wobble, is that we cannot have sort of big planning efforts, like 2 or 3 of them hitting at the same time, either from a staff level capacity or public engagement. So what we're looking at is, you know, when these various plans should or need to be updated, and to make sure we're scheduling them out in a sustainable manner over the 10-year master plan period. And so we will be updating you on the results of that. And FIMP is certainly one that's in that of, you know, what is the priority right now? That level of guidance, is updated guidance needed, and putting all that into perspective. So we'll be getting back to you.
Anything else, Hal?
Yeah, I wanted to thank, I see John Potter is still with us. The agricultural guidelines update I found really absorbable in the red line format, could totally follow along. And I just really appreciate you presenting it in that way. It's great.
And I'd also like to piggyback by just saying how good I thought the prairie dog management meeting was and the preparation for it.
Thanks a lot. Yeah. Staff did a great job on that. Yep.
Yeah, they really did. Yeah.
Anything else for the good of the order? Okay, we are adjourned. Thanks to everybody.
Thanks, everyone. Have a great holiday.
You too.